absolutely. And of course, there could be a loss of confidence from members of our community. Hope that's a good summary.
Can I ask you one question? Why do you lump Blue Cliffs as a climate change?
So,
And they've taken half the water away from the river.
Yes, well, I acknowledge that point. I guess I'm thinking of it in terms of the coastal erosion aspect of it, which will be a likely, impact of climate change going forward, and we're already seeing coastal erosion impacting communities in New Zealand and around the world. So it's really in relation to the coastal erosion that I was highlighting Blue Cliffs.
Look, I'm not a climate change denier by any means, but a lot of what we're seeing it's been happening for years. So I just get a little bit touchy, I suppose, about all of a sudden it's climate change, we need to do this and we need to do that, when it's what happens.
Yes, I acknowledge that point, and I think the important thing for Council is to keep abreast of the projections and what scientists are already observing, and then reporting are the probable impacts of climate change in terms of water flows down the river, coastal erosion, other kinds of changes in weather patterns, and being cognizant of how that will impact on Council's operations, our ability to deliver on our obligations to the community.
May I have a question?
Look at Jaspreet, then.
Thank you. I'm sure you have seen Minister Samancourt's recent warning to councils, the ones that are cherry-picking the most extreme IPCC scenario. And the news article that came out said that councils are, and I will quote, Samancourt, who's the Parliamentary Under-Secretary to the Minister responsible for RMA reform, he says when councils getting involved and start picking extreme values, it has massive impacts on flood risk projections, skews the perceived viability, as well as now that we are going to be putting warnings and LIM reports, choosing the most extreme scenario, what are the risks on the other side of us causing economic hardship to people, them unable to sell their houses? If a Kapiti Coast is anything to go by over the last decade, we are risking this. We are one of only 8 district councils that have commissioned NEWA to, create these reports. Why are we still using RCP 8.5? And the ministers themselves saying now that we are risking.
Those are very valid questions. So the Ministry for the Environment has updated its climate change coastal hazards guidance, and that's been released. There has been a slight change in terms of their regarding the use of climate scenarios, and so I think now they're recommending the use of 5 different scenarios. I'm not yet got my head into the detail of that guidance. So the NEWA is updating our kind of climate impacts assessment. I'm going to call it, might be slightly different wording, but and we're expecting to receive that by the end of June. So that's going to give us a much better, that's based on the AR6, so it'll give us a much better understanding of how...
Because we spoke in December about socialization of data, and where has that gone?
Okay, so in regards to issue of, land information memorandums and project information memorandums, that is just essentially action that council is required to take under statute.
And
we're seeking, well, we are, there is a mandatory requirement to disclose information about, special characteristics of the property.
It's already gone into these people's LIM reports?
Absolutely, and council is very aware of the the missteps made in Kapiti Coast and in other parts of New Zealand, and the guidance and direction from judges and there was a Parliamentary Commission for the Environment report that was put out following in late 2010s that spoke to those issues and provided some recommendations as to how councils should move forward on those issues. So we definitely have considered all of those, are actively seeking legal advice to understand the scope of our obligations. And
somewhere in our climate risk, we should also put the contrary, that if we have taken to cherry pick the highest extreme data, we bear a risk of litigation from our ratepayers about getting the property values,
if there's, yeah.
That's certainly something.
That is, we are not looking at
the risks right now, so this is something that we can pull into the conversation.
Thank you.
I think this reflects the, and I say this in a non-political sense, Judge, but it reflects the strong relationship between our position as a local authority and obligations, and also the recognition early on from my experience that we can't see climate change as Southland District alone. It actually is a good number of people holding hands together, which includes central government, and with central government settings probably changing, still yet to show their hand. It does reflect this risk remains volatile. I don't want to use extreme words. It remains in a state of flux with a question about actually how we respond. Rob, good question.
Yeah, well, there's a group of us that went out to Lassie and had a look at some bridges out there, and when we look at mitigation from climate stuff and we look at the flooding that we've had and the flooding that we're going to have, we have 3 real good examples there of a bridge out at Tomagala that needs some mitigation, albeit with the regional council or permission from the regional council to do it, but there's a real obvious risk sitting there at that bridge. And it happens every time we get a reasonable amount of rain, where we're putting our infrastructure at risk, but also putting farming communities at risk as well of losing their fences and everything, because the water obviously can't go under the bridge, goes around. So, yeah, I just think in terms of the mitigation side of it, there's a whole lot of work that we can do between us and the regional. The 3 bridges were 3 examples. That one that had a whole lot of stuff done that was actually, and you can see the mitigation and the effects of the mitigation positive effects. And then the 3rd one that we're currently actually taking gravel from, the farmer there, 50 mils of rain is enough to take out a whole lot of fences and a whole lot of farms, and the continual kind of cost to the community. So I think we can actually do some real stuff right now in terms of even that Cyclone Gabrielle and looking at the Hawke's Bay review that's happening into that, where they're looking at the readiness of stuff. So yeah, I just think there is stuff that we can actually do.
Don?
Oh, thank you, Bruce. Yeah, thanks, Rochelle. Yeah, just further to Derek's point that every time there's a flood, we call it climate change. With a coastal erosion, we call it sea level rise. I think that'll get a bit tiresome after a while. According to the newspaper, a couple of days ago, the Lloyd's of London, one of the biggest reinsurers around the world, people's money, got lots of resource to track and a lot of interest in tracking the costs of climate change, according to the news. Haven't seen any effects of climate change in their data. I just think they're the guys that really know what's happening. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah,
We're talking about climate
Don?
change everywhere.
Derek?
Yeah, just following on from what Rob said. I know the report, that's part of your job, but my idea coming to us about climate change was identifying assets, like Rob said. We should have an A4 paper of some of the risks, assets at risk. The bridges, the Tuatapere water station that's parked right next to the river. Those are things that we should be identifying. I get no benefit out of that report. I just see it as a whole lot of jumble. But if you had an A4 bit of paper with all the assets on it that we should be looking at, I think that would be much more beneficial than.
Would you like me to speak to that in terms of the actions that council is taking?
Yes, that'd be great to hear.
Okay. So, and I think this sort of links to some of the other points that have been raised as well. So specific actions that we're involved in to mitigate these risks include, an action that the council has already taken to create this role. Our working alongside Environment Southland to ensure that their flood risk modelling and their flood risk protection programs meet the needs of Southland District. So that's something where staff are actually working more collaboratively with them. There are a range of specific actions I could speak to, but that's probably going into granular level of detail. And then also, in terms of staff being involved in professional development activities and participating in networks where we are able to keep abreast of what's happening in relation to, climate predictions, climate science, and also in relation to issues concerning insurance. And again, I could go into a lot of detail about those things, but just to make you aware that those activities are happening at a staff level, and these are part of our actions to mitigate these risks. And if you are interested, then the Office of the Auditor General put out some interesting pieces about climate change based on their reviews of the, I think, 2018 to 2028 and 2021 to 2031 long-term plan. And just in there, it highlights the fact that councils are at different levels of understanding of the risks that climate change poses to organisations. It also actually identifies that finance and assurance committees have a really, really key role to play in managing climate change issues for the or having oversight of those issues. And so in terms of identifying specific assets that are at risk as a result of climate change, that is part of the regional collaborative work that is happening, and that also falls within the kind of auspices of the regional climate change work.
Thanks for that. Yes, Christine.
Thank you. General question. Just thanks, Rochelle. I'm not sure that we can ensure anything in relation to Environment Southland attending to what we see as an issue. We work hard to get it addressed, but I'm not sure we can ensure it. But just a general question to Jane. I found it helpful in this, I think I'm talking about report, I've left my device at home, to see you work through the conditions around the risks, and that the current conditions have mitigation areas, keeping the risk either stable or reducing the assessment from very high to high. So I found it helpful to go through that to see where you're at with conditions, because I think generally in the other report, I'm not sure that we see those moving. And where I see an assessment that the risk has gone from high to very high, whatever it may be, then I see no proposed mitigations. I'm wondering what's happening here, particularly when there's no mitigations that are completed. And I understand some of those mitigations will be ongoing, but would also, I think, important to see where they've been addressed and how they've been addressed, which means that they've been completed. And probably this workshop is a place for us to get more of that information, because I do have a general concern, I suppose, where we see it's increased and it may have gone to very high. Current mitigations are fine, but there's no proposed mitigations. So I'd like just in the future some more information or analysis around that.
Thank you. It's a very good point. No, it's something that's part of our work program, because it's been a gap for us in our monitoring and assessment, and we've been aware of that. So that is something that is scheduled to be done this year, to actually find a way of effectively showing you what those mitigations are doing. And as you say, many of them are going to be ongoing pieces of work that won't reach a completion state. But if we can actually show that, or show how these are being done, then that gives you more information to inform your decision making. So we are aware that there is a need for that. That is
to be a useful thing. Otherwise, it just looks very static.
Absolutely.
What is happening?
Absolutely. No, we definitely take on board.
Christine, Matt?
Thanks for the draft. I just wanted to notice something in the community engagement part of the gap analysis, and it follows on from what I was saying with the visit to the bridges yesterday. The community engagement paragraph here is very much about getting to ensure it engages with the community. It specifically says council will need to consider how it best communicates to the community the likely and actual consequences of infrastructure failures. The example of yesterday was actually a community communicating to council their concerns of local knowledge around a potential infrastructure failure, and the risk is how long it took to see action based on concern and risk being kind of escalated from a community level. So my view around that community engagement paragraph is it needs to be more two-way. It's the function of community engaging to council and vice versa.
Absolutely.
The current draft reads to one way.
That's a good point, thank you. Yes, I think the premise behind that paragraph was very much that it should be a conduit, but going both ways. So you're right, it's a very good point that doesn't reflect it in that statement.
The only other thing, just comment on the regional climate change working group too, is that it is still very much, currently we're at phase 1 for consultation, which leads the work forward. Part of that work forward is identifying opportunities for collaboration regionally, but it's been fairly clear through conversations so far that it's still up to each TA to come up with their individual plans. So yeah, to have more of an idea on what the actual strategies and action points, I know a few of them have come through on some of the AMPs for the long-term plan, but we know we've done our emissions breakdown, organisational emissions baseline. Has that been broken apart and analysed for potential strategies to come directly out of that, and what does that look like? And without seeing that strategy, it'd be hard to think that we could lower the risk threshold with major gaps.
I can't speak to that.
So in terms of the emissions reduction activities, I'm in the process of preparing a business case plan to scope the exact nature of those activities. And within that, and I think this highlighted in the long-term plan, a consultation document that we are establishing a staff climate change working group, and similar to the model with other councils, including Invercargill City Council, to have a range of staff who are involved in developing and implementing emissions reduction solutions for the organisation. So yeah, that is in progress. But it does take time to develop an effective plan, including undertaking decarbonisation analysis to understand where the most cost-effective solutions lie and what resource might be required over the long term.
And potential links to adaptation in the same hand as mitigation and adaptation.
Exactly. So, and definitely the goal is to integrate our climate response through exploring mitigation and adaptation activities in tandem. I think that's particularly important when we're looking at council assets and considering how we avoid maladaptation by investing our funds and the best way to achieve all of those goals.
Thanks, Beth. Folks, we're running out of time, to be honest. So I just wonder if I could perhaps try and I think it's a very broad-ranging discussion, and I think if I was to sort of start where we've ended, which is a wee bit around what is the context within which we, Southland District, are trying to deal with climate change, because there's both a central and a regional response, which is really important to us, helping also work through what is a very pragmatic issue, going back to your Bridget, a very pragmatic issue at the local level. So, I mean, I think we're saying we're on hold in a broad sense about central government policy, because it's still got to come out. You know, are they what actually will the RE make? What will the comments around climate change make? Which is interesting. There's a regional aspect which you've spoken eloquently to, Matt, about what's actually happening with the action group. What does that mean? Although I hear your point, it comes back to individual approaches by individual local authorities. But that is obviously an ongoing action that is occurring. It's a bit like, I think, your point, Christine, difficult to see these actions knowing quite where does the risk sit until something's complete. But I suspect this is almost a long aspect here. And then we have got a lot about us. And let's sort of make a couple of comments about that. I don't disagree, by the way. I sense out of this that we reflect on particularly we have a lot of rivers, so we have a significant risk and issue around flooding. I think the West Coast. I think the events of the last few years shows the intensity, despite the fact that we've been in La Nina down here, reflects that when it does hit, it's hitting hard. Actually, that was the very real lesson from the risk committees out of the East Coast of the North Island. It comes back to the scenario, Penny, it's the point that you've made, Jaspreet. The advice out of the East Coast was think your scenario and then double it. So that's what has hit Auckland. They could not, they did in their own mind never anticipated that event. And we could argue you never will, but the reality of it is it's happened. And if you go to Gisborne, it's happened 9 times in the last 12 months. So there's something here which is just the reality of what we live in, and we've been blessed so far that we haven't had a 1984? Can't remember. I was sort of young then, but so it's good. I'll come to you in a moment, Paul. So I think, going right back to your point, Derek, and the point you're making, there clearly is that, and I'm sure we are, that need for that thinking around actually from probably our critical risk, which is flood, but it's not to say coastal erosion, we know that as well, isn't affecting us, or blue even isn't affecting us, but we're already seeing now that it's affecting some of our communities. Who are those communities that are at risk, or type of people? Because you've mentioned 50 mils for a farmer, Rob, might well take his or her fences out, which is significant. I'm interested, I really am interested, Jaspreet, in the limb issue, and actually, what is it? Floodplains, flood maps being put on it. Don, the insurance market's moving already. You might be looking for the headline, do they focus about insurance claims? You only have to go to North Island to know that they are going property by property over premiums. And I mean, we've been blessed, I keep saying that word, down here in the last few years, but in those areas that are affected in the North Island, the insurers are either not even in the market, or they are going property by property and saying we will, we won't insure you. So informally, whether we put it on a limb in a sense, Jaspreet,
we put it on a limb, their insurers are going to take that risk on, because there's a council. Where does the buck stop? It will just keep continuing.
Oh look, I'm not debating that issue directly with you, Jaspreet. What I'm saying is, whether it's on a limb or not, the insurance market as providers of a backstop that we have relied on pretty faithfully here in New Zealand are moving with their feet. And the added issue with this is that subject to, I think that's happening at the moment, is this council could end up being the financial backstop for at least half the cost of Category 3 homes. So I'm just dealing with the reality of the significant flood here in Southland.
I'm just dealing with human nature here. If you are giving incentives there, why would an insurer who can claim more premium because you put a warning then not claim it? Honestly, is that their financial best interest? Are we offering them perverse incentives with some of our actions? And that has happened in places.
It could be, Jaspreet. What I'm trying to reflect here, and perhaps I'm not being totally clear, regardless of what local governments put on their maps or plans, the insurance market is moving. They are making their, really, because they're entitled to, are making their own decisions with or without the incentive, as you put all this incentive of what's on a limb. Albeit the limbs are really important, so I agree.
I mean, from an international level, the New Zealand insurance companies have to borrow money overseas, and we are seen as very high risk.
That's right. That's it. Yeah. Paul, I'm conscious that you had your hand up, and
The only point I was going to make, adding to what you were saying, is that we're very much a land-based economy down here as well. And so there's huge potential effects on that line, as well as our tourism.
So what I'd like to do, because we are running out of time, and thank you, Rachel, I'm making Brian off. I said this would be a quick meeting, and it's not going to be. I want to reflect that we have discussed the climate change risk. Matt, we haven't quite dealt with reduction, and you raised that as well, which is a really interesting point. And this also goes closely over into disaster management. In other words, climate, as we well know, with our strategic risks, they're not standalone. So I think what comes out of this, Jane, because I always try and come back to where we're at with the overall risk, this is a difficult one for us to actually, I mean, I look at the, is it high, is it stable? To be honest, I'm not quite certain where we actually land on that one, other than saying the discussion we've had from all this morning are ones that we need to be going from a risk perspective. So perhaps what I'd like to do with this meeting is leave you with those collective thoughts of the group, Rochelle, as you think about now, and we've done a workshop, how that does refine the way in which we're looking at it. I'd certainly welcome you coming back with more. I think we've got stuff here that is central to our life here in Southland, and actually we need to have another chat about it. But I am out of time, so Derek, I've got to be rude. I'm going to call it at that. I'm conscious that the second item, which is health and safety, we do have a chance to have a look at health and safety, as we do with climate change, quite frankly, in the actual meeting. So I'm sorry, Jane, we'll have to curtail the health and safety until we get into the actual meeting. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Jane.
Very much.
The workshop's finished. We'll have to get ourselves directly into the meeting, please. So if we could just let me know, Rachel, when we've got the appropriate bits and pieces going. We okay? Are we live, being broadcast? Do we have any of? I don't have any of the committee though coming in by way of Zoom, do we? I think we've counted for everybody else. So
should be coming in on Teams.
You might get our auditor. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, for the sake of the meeting, at the end of the day and people's availability, I think we should make a move. So I'd like to firstly thank you for your time this morning over a difficult topic, but one that we need to approach, which is climate change. But it's now time to get actually into the formal meeting. And I'd like to just reiterate as a formal part of the meeting my deep appreciation to Cameron, Anne and the team for the papers that are being prepared. While I'm keen that we rock through them with relative speed, but also with appropriate time for questions. I spend more and more time reading it because there's so much good information in here, and I do appreciate that. It gives me a strong sense of risk. It gives me a strong sense of assurance too, so that's great. To go to the actual formal part of it, everything is fine here. Apologies. Now we have a. I think Tom, you're here now, which is great. Yeah. So I think we just need to sustain apologies, especially from Margie, who's had to duck out uncertain when she's back. If we could just note that.
I might have to leave at 11:30 to attend to some paperwork.
Right.
Shouldn't be long.
So I've got Derek, Jaspreet. Somebody else who duck out? Darren might have to duck out. And Sarah, because she's here a wee bit later in the morning.
Yep.
Took a move from the chair, we sustain those. Thank you, Christine. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. There are no notices of leaves of absence. Is there any matter coming up in the agenda that people need to note their interests for? No? Right, move on. Extraordinary urgent business, Rich, we haven't been informed in, no. The minutes from our last meeting you have in front of you, which was in February, 14 Feb. I'll move from the chair, we take them as true and correct. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Tom. Is there any matters of accuracy or comment people would like to make? Seem like we're all there. I'll put the motion, we accept them as a true and correct record. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. There were a couple of matters I noted in there for action, but I'm comfortable they come up in the course of the meeting, which is fine. I don't know anybody from the public wanting to participate. I can see my good presenter coming up for the work plan, so that is superb. Well done. We're off to a sprint start. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that, Teresa.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors. I'm presenting the Finance and Assurance Committee work plan to 30th of June 2024, and I take this report as being read. The following two reports that relate to the 24-34 long-term plan have been added to the March meeting. The draft financial infrastructure strategies and an updated timeline report. The following reports have been moved from the March meeting to future meetings. The 2023-24 annual report audit timetable has been moved to the June meeting as council staff are currently in discussion with the board to develop an annual report audit timetable around the long-term plan. Forecast financial position has been moved to a possible 18 April meeting as the forecast is delayed due to the prioritising of council resources towards the long-term plan. There is a paper coming up later that has suggested the 24th of April for that meeting, and that report will go to that. The internal audit report has been moved to the June meeting as council resources are being prioritised towards the long-term plan. And the Finance and Assurance Committee work plan for the year ended June 25 report has been delayed to June meeting to enable dates to be adopted as part of the long-term plan timetable discussion to be included and discussions with auditors around the revised annual report timetable to be incorporated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Teresa. It reflects the 3-yearly bind of a long-term plan. It's resource intensity, doesn't it?
It does.
Which is affecting our, I'm sure it's not just my committee's work schedule, but I suspect it's across the board, let alone the issues that we're trying to deal with in terms of the LTP. So look, I appreciate that, and I love the tracking. Any questions or comments for Teresa? Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Teresa. Just the internal audit that's referenced in the report there's a few in the work timetable. There's the internal audit final report, then there's internal audit final report prevention of bribery and corruption. Which one is
The three of them.
all of them?
Yeah, the three, internal audit reports, yes.
I know the internal audit prevention of bribery and corruption was originally back on the first of the plan. It was originally August 22 that it showed on the work plan. So that internal audit's been pushed quite a few times along the work stream now.
I believe it was a different internal audit back in no, it wasn't. Okay, sorry, Anne's just shook her head.
Mr. Chair, you're absolutely right. It has continued to be pushed all the time. Half the battle with that one is the effort that people are going to have to make to attend the sessions. So it's not really an audit per se, but it's more of a training session, and it's just trying to line up everybody to actually get maximum attendance at it, as well as it is about me probably just getting into it and getting it organised.
Is there any risk in terms of our external audit for not completing those action plans?
No risks in turn. We had planned to do it in this March, and then of course with everything that came up again, so the auditors are on standby for it. So we've discussed it. We know who's attending. In fact, we're opening it to yourselves as well. So I'm hoping that once I get the LTP, that we can for the James. But you are correct.
Yeah, just checking.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Matt, and thanks for the upfrontness, and Teresa. A hot topic for me as well, Matt. So you've hit the right button for me, and it's not because I have a particular concern, because I don't think my experience here is we don't have to carry a high risk around fraud, bribery, and corruption. So, but it does mean we need to see the preventive controls in place, which includes this. So just put it this way, Matt, I think you've put everybody on good point, and in fact, that. So I'm keen to see it happen, recognising we are where we are. Any other questions? Looks pretty good. Thank you for that, Teresa. I appreciate that. We've got the motion in front of us, which is that we receive and we note the changes. Do I have a mover in a second? Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Jaspreet. Appreciate that. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. Right, we've got a couple of necessary procedural matters, or not really more than procedural, but their engagement with Deloitte. We have Mike on, yes I do, MH. I have Mike on the line as well. Welcome, Mike. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Morning, everyone.
Are we going to see your face, buddy, or are we just seeing the MH?
I can see myself on the screen. I'm not sure why you can't.
This happened yesterday at our meetings as well, Mike, so I can hear your dulcet tones. That's what counts. So welcome to our meeting. Teresa, I suspect you want to introduce your paper before I hand over to Mike.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm presenting the 23-24 Deloitte Audit Engagement and Proposal Letters. I take this report as being read. On the 6th of March 24, Council received a proposal letter from Deloitte to conduct the audit of the Council and its subsidiaries on behalf of the Auditor General and are looking for Council to consider and agree to the increase of 3.17% to the audit fee from 22-23. The audit fee will be $187,883. In May 23, Council received an audit engagement letter from Deloitte for the audit of the annual report for 3 years ending 30th of June 23 to 25. The engagement letter set out the terms of the audit engagement, the nature and limitations of the audit and the respective responsibilities of Deloitte and Council during the audit process. This letter was presented to the Council on the 7th of June 23 meeting and signed by the Mayor on the 12th of June. On the 6th of March 24, Deloitte provided a refreshed engagement letter for the 30th of June 24 audit. There were no changes to the body of the engagement letter compared to the engagement letter presented in June 23. The engagement letters, and then if the committee agrees with the Deloitte proposal and refreshed engagement letters, a recommendation for the Mayor to be given authority to sign the documents on behalf of the Council is included in this report. This report also recommends incorporating a audit shortfall of $2,000 into the forecasting process to be funded from the District Operations Reserve or operating surplus at year end. And as Bruce has already said, Mike Hawken, who's a Deloitte audit partner, is attending this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. Mike, welcome again to the meeting. Is there anything you'd like to add to? We've got a fee letter and an engagement letter that you'd like to add.
Yeah, the only thing is just to confirm that the content of the letters is largely unchanged from the prior year and the previous letter that we issued. As was pointed out, the only change is in the level of the fee, which is a more modest 3.5% adjustment. The Council may recall there has been some more significant increases in prior years. We are expecting, a more modest level of fee increase, over the course of this year and moving forward. The other thing I'd just like to point out is the disbursements number that we have in that fee estimate is itself an estimate, and we are working with management to try and manage that down as best we can.
Thanks, Mike. I think that's reasonably straightforward. Questions for either Mike or Teresa? So just a couple of questions from me, Teresa. I'm comfortable with the fee, Mike, 3.5%. I have to accept that salaries move, and that's the key reason it's changed. I thought that was a reasonable and acceptable amount, so I'm comfortable with the fee. Teresa, the one question I have is that I call these letters the honeymoon. We're all promising to be good to each other and do the right things. And the way I have firstly, I want the right, we need an external view from Mike on our annual report. It's really, really important. But this letter has the bite in the back, which are the schedules to the engagement, which says what are our respective responsibilities. Okay? And I will hold Mike accountable for his side, but I also need to hold you accountable for our side. Is there anything in terms of the engagement letter which is expressing quite accurately what our responsibilities are that are going to cause us trouble to comply with, deliver, and not become a, dare I say, a fee issue with Mike?
No, I can't see anything that would cause an issue. Like we comply with all the standards that we've got, and that of course will be picked up as part of the audit if we've missed. We make sure that we've got internal controls and everything in place. And the other thing is, we really prepare for the audit like we did last year. We had everything ready for audit. I communicated with DJ, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his name, ahead of time, and we had everything prepared even before they started. It was loaded into the portal so they could hit the ground running and, you know, to help, because we were conscious of the audit fees and to keep them within the part, you know, of what was stated. So I felt the audit last year went really, really well. Hopefully Mike can back that up as well. But we were really prepared. And I think that's, you know, getting them all the stuff that they wanted and being on board with them for the 3 weeks that they were in.
Look, I want to stress, I'm not, I want to say I'm fee conscious, but I'm not. This is actually, thank you for what you said, because actually if we're doing it in the way you've done it, it's going to minimise the impact on the organisation for yet another engagement. You know, we've been under constant engagements for probably nigh on 2 years now, so I think that's really superb. So look, I'm comfortable with that. I take that assurance, and I'm glad to hear that you've been and prepared in that way. So I'm comfortable with it. So I've got Rob, and then I've got Matt.
Thanks, Bruce. Just a question, like last year, I remember the discussion around the hours, and you thought, Mike, that based on what was just said, that the hours might be a bit less, and they were 39 less in the budget. But we budgeted 900 again this year. Do you assume that we could end up in the same position where there's a bit of a saving there based on what was just said?
Yeah, we could. I mean, that is a possibility. I guess we're only in year 3 coming up, and you might recall, I think, when we undertook the audit in the first year, we were in excess of 1,000 hours, I think, from memory. So, yeah, if we can get some certainty, and look, I think just to echo the comments before, you know, for the benefit of the councillors, you know, Southland District Council is a well organised council in terms of the audit process. And look, I can independently sort of confirm that, you know, the quality and the timing of the information that we receive is certainly up there with what we see elsewhere in the sector. So, yeah, I think management is doing all it can. And look, if we can deliver an audit which is below that 900 hours again this year, I think that's certainly something we can take forward into next year's discussion as a, you know, a better indication of what our estimated sort of run rate hours would be.
Also, from my experience, Rob, those hours are not our way. Probable. There's always a let's say set cost. There's always a base that's needed in order to get the job done. Matt,
I've just got a question on the entities covered by the proposal. So one of the entities covered by a separate proposal is the Milford Community Trust. Is that different from last year because of the change of the CCO exemption that that trust has had in the last 12 months?
No, I'm assuming that we will audit Milford Community Trust in the same manner that we always have.
It's actually probably a really fair comment. There was a resolution passed not to have an audit undertaken.
It's an exemption of CCO status of the community trust.
So it's probably something that hasn't been passed on, I would tend to think. So it's something that we need to
I will
visit and talk with Mike about.
Yep, definitely.
And I should probably actually just declare a conflict of interest as a member of that trust as an independent. I just realised that. But yeah, I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, so there is a need obviously to refresh an exemption motion. And if you've got to do that, I think obviously it needs to come back through this committee. It's always going to be contextually based, so let's see if it's appropriate to do it. It's not a bad thing to do. It removes everybody with a wee bit of problem. Bear in mind that we still have to put MCT into the group accounts, so it's not as if we don't have to do the accounting and the accountability. It's just going to be in a different way.
And through you, Mr Chair, just to confirm, the audit fee doesn't relate to Milford Community Trust. It's only the Southland District Council that's been proposed here.
Just checking that.
Yep.
We're just going to get it.
Just checking that.
Okay, I suggest that we move No. If we move to the resolutions, look, I don't propose to go through those. We've had a good chance to look at the letter. We know the number. And essentially the key thing is that we're saying we're happy with these arrangements. We've heard from Teresa that organisation is in hand, which is great. So the two critical ones are that we're firstly authorising Rob to sign the two letters, the proposal, the fee letter, and also the engagement letter. We have the pathway to fund what at this stage is an anticipated small difference between our budget and the fee estimate. From the chair, I'm going to move these motions. I think we'll have them all as one. Do I have a second? Thank you, Christine. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thank you very much. Teresa, I think I've probably got you here with the Dimension Lead as well. Is that right?
Yes, you do, yeah.
You say anything, or will I straight to Mike?
Get straight to Mike if you like. Yep.
Well, if you've got something prepared, I'm very.
No, I was just going to say that I'm presenting the debenture trust, and but I'm happy for you to go straight to Mike.
Okay, Mike. Any questions or comments from you, buddy?
No, just confirmation for the benefit of the committee that there are no changes to the debenture trust engagement letter proposal, and our fee for that is consistent with the prior year. So there's no change to fee either.
Can I just ask one question, Mike? I know, obviously the resolution is we sign off, but you also get the trustee to sign off this letter. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
Do we get to see a copy of the final sign-off?
Yep, we can provide a copy of that to you. Yep, and the reason for that is that we ultimately report to both council and the trustees, so they are both parties to the engagement.
Look, I know it seems a wee bit sort of, I don't know, propeller-headed, but I would just be interested, once we've signed, I'd be keen to see theirs signed up as well for our records, if that's okay, please, Mike.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, so again, the motion is that this is actually necessary, given we have debt, to have this audit. That's important, but reasonably straightforward, and the fee reflects that. So again, we are looking to accept the terms and responsibilities from Deloitte and their fee, and we're asking Rob to sign. And I'll move from the chair that we motions. Do I have a second, please? Thank you. Julie, is there any discussion on the motion? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you very much. Mike, thank you. You're welcome to stay if you wish, but thank you for your presence today, and I accept that you might want to pop off. So thank you very much for being here and your input today. And actually, I still take good comfort from your words, even though I'm comfortable, Teresa, that you've got a good operation here. It's always nice, again, the value of somebody external saying you guys do well. So thank you for that as well. Can we move to...
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy. Can we move to the quarterly update on the Environmental Services Business Improvement Plan? This actually, I think we've got a few presenting here, haven't we? Because this is, I do actually, as I was planning for the meeting, thinking that we have a wee bit of...
Would you like me to start, sir?
Well, you're part of the presentation, aren't you?
I am. I was up at the end, but I can happily be at the start if it's there.
Well, is staff talking to the paper? I mean, I'm looking for the staff.
Yeah, we've got one of the environmental health team are talking, and
are they here?
Come up, Adrian.
I'm looking for. Sorry, I need to get the paper going. I presume a staff member will come to the table to speak to it. Sorry, Adrian. I probably sound like I'm being funny, but I just want to get this thing going, because actually this is really important. One of the challenges for any local authority is how it operates as a regulator, and I think this, Adrian, is a really helpful paper. As we've known right from when we first got the situational, the problem definition around environmental services, this is really important. And indeed, given the clarity now with which we're getting reporting, there is this very important discussion around what is it to be a regulator, what is it to be business friendly. and do the two match. So I'm absolutely interested in the way this is going, let alone the most important part. There is a business improvement part to this as well, which is so. Look, if there's any opening comments you want to make to the paper, that would be great. Adrian, thank you.
Tēnā koutou te whānau. The journey since I've been here for the last 3 months has been very interesting. I think I said to you last time I talked to you that the one real advantage we have is that the staff we have within the regulatory team are very committed to what they do, and they want to do the best for Southland, and they want to improve stuff. Something which isn't included in that report, but will be critical, and it will be coming to council very soon. There is a new policy on enforcement, which has been completely rewritten specifically for Southland. I must admit it's based on the one I wrote in Tasman, but it's better and upgraded for us here, and it's up to date. So that'll be coming to the council soon for you to be aware of the content. Also, I've got two of my team here today, Joe Ward and Joe Affleck, and they're going to talk to you about the building communication with the building industry in Joe Ward's case, and Joe Affleck's going to tell you about the website revamp that they've done in the environmental health sphere. Would you like me to start, Jane, or would you like to start?
I just wonder, Adrian, sorry, you're moving into the presentation aspect. I just wonder whether, do we do the presentation first and then discuss?
Yeah, sure. You guys got a presentation?
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think it'd be good to do it in the order we've got it planned. So I can round up at the end then. Okay. I'm a bit deaf today. My hearing aids ran out of power and I can't find my trolley. so I'm worse than ever. So I apologise for that. So have you got a presentation on the system today?
Yes, just.
Okay. Well, would you like to come up and yeah? Oh, you want it? Yeah.
I'll just move a little to the left. Apologies.
No worries, that's fine.
So Joe Ward is our team leader on the building coordinators, the chief administrator in the building team, and Joe Affleck is our coordinator for the environmental health team. Are you doing a joint presentation or individual one?
Individual presentations.
Okay, cool.
We're both going to use the SDC website, which is what we're just setting up here.
Brilliant, thank you. Welcome to the meeting. It's great. I'm very keen on seeing some of the changes that you're implementing through this improvement program.
Yes, there have been quite a few improvements for our online services, and I've been tasked with sharing the webpage for food. And we're just going to connect to the website. But the demo is the second part. If I could just give you some context. We already had a website for food, but there was a lot of content. There was a lot of content.
This isn't our website, by the way.
Perfect, thank you, Andrew. So we've already got a food website. It had a lot of content. It was hard to navigate, and we didn't encourage customers to use it. We used a one-on-one, face-to-face format, but now we have updated it. We were tasked to look at the content and the layout. So the first thing we did was we checked what other local councils were doing to see what we thought would work for us. And we worked on the content and we picked the style, which is very different to what we had before. It's very simple, easy to follow. And our comms team then made it happen, and it's been launched only a couple of weeks. We're already getting very good feedback from both front staff who support us and from a commercial customer. Now, often I won't get to hear the feedback, but I was asked if I could give him a call. When I rang, he said he found our website and he didn't actually have any follow-up questions. And that was a perfect example of how our information for food is now available for a customer when they want it, and it's the information that they require, which is great. So I wanted to show you a demo of how easy it is to navigate our new web page. There's two ways to find the food page. The first is through the menu, which is helpful, I think, for staff. It's community and, it's services and then certificates and licenses and food. And for us, that might seem logical. This is our new web page. But for the customer, they may not know that it's a license they're actually looking for. So if they put food into the search field, it will come straight to this. So that's just one click to get to the web page they need to be on. So at the top, clicking in, it says what's on the page. This is particularly helpful for someone who's already visited the page and then they just want to grab something that they know they already need. So we have quick links at the top. If I scroll, everything's on one page. Easy to find. At the bottom, we have links to our forms and guides for both council and for MPI. And then the middle section is the information that a food customer will be after. For whatever they're interested in, it's in chronological order. Whatever they're interested in, they just click on the down arrow to find that information. And something that is new for us is before we would like a food customer, which could be someone opening a cafe in Southland, for instance, before they even think about applying for a food application, these are the things that we'd like them to consider. So we've put the two that relate to food at the top, which is whether they'll be mobile or whether they'd like to offer outdoor dining, whether they're serving alcohol, whether they could need a resource consent or a building consent, and whether the water is town supply or needs to be tested on a regular basis. So even before they apply for a food application, we want them to think of council-wide needs. Then they'll be wondering, they'll probably have three questions. Do I need a license? What type of license do I need and how will I apply for it? And so we've got that in logical order, which is, it just jumps a teeny bit. Each time I click on something, it gives them very simple information and a link to provide further information. They have a tool to let them know which plan they will be after, and then this is how the requirements for registering. So if you could imagine yourself in the shoes of a food customer, you might be at the early stages of just wondering what's involved. You can get that information now 24/7, just when it's convenient. And it's just as easy to read on your phone as it is on a computer. So you can do that on the go. And probably the only other thing I want to touch on is the other projects we're working for our online services. We've got Alfresco ready to launch, so that could be as early as next week. And we have online applications that are in the test just for us to work through, and that is also something new that we haven't done before.
Thanks for that, Jo. Question from me, sort of user acceptance testing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you trial this out with people from the industry?
We didn't. We put ourselves in the shoes of somebody who has no knowledge of food at all. And it was the simplest format that we could find. It walks the person through the process by how we've got it displayed on the screen.
Great. As you say, the critical thing is to get them their first deal with one click, which is generally the thing that I suspect the user always wants, and you said food, which is clearly the key. If I get other questions for Jo here on the website.
Good question through you, Bruce. Thanks for that. Good work, well done. Are you effectively, is the overall objective of doing this giving the ability for the end user to go through a process which allows them a certain level of autonomy that can go through, and then that effectively can sort of speed up the process without taking up more staff time.
Considerably.
And in line with also our requirements with regards to some of the RMA reform that's coming through, say, for example, for resource consent applications. Are you confident that this is going to sort of streamline things a little bit more?
This isn't actually part of the RMA reform. This is food, so this is health. Yeah, I mean, when we develop the entire website, there will be similar information for RMA, resource consent, and that sort of stuff. The main aim is to keep it simple and to make it intuitive and keep it clean, and we want to front end as much work as we possibly can. So basically, when a person comes on, they can see what they need to do. They can take away a lot of their frustration by providing the information we need. If they hit a brick, they can come to us and say, hey, look, I don't understand this. So we can then talk them through it. We can also then change our information if we need to. So we can update the website to make it easier or different if we need to. There will be an equivalent under RMA as well, because the whole group is going to be in this. Louise is working with us for our public-facing information across the board. But this is the first one off the rank, and I think they've done a really good job with it.
Okay, so as an example, let's put food aside. Let's say I wanted to apply for a resource consent application to build a house or commercial property or whatever. Can I go on the site? Can I go onto services or whichever one, environment, type in that particular keyword, and then that will do the same thing for me?
Basically, that's the plan. Okay. So that's where we'll be.
So that's under construction.
Where I would like us to be is for you to go on and say, I want to do this at 280 Wilson's Crossing, Rio or whatever, and then it'll give you a map of where you want to do it. It'll tell you about what you're entitled to do there automatically. It'll tell you what you would need to get a resource consent for. And this is future state, but it's not that far away. We can do it. It's just time and linking into the digital plan and everything else. So we're just trying to make life easy. We wanted people to be able to do business with us easy. And yeah, there's still going to be things they don't like. They won't like it when we tell them to do stuff, but that's the world. But if we can take away as much of that angst as possible, that's what we intend to do.
So aligning with that principle, are we confident as an organisation that we streamline all of that stuff, that we still have the resources to be able to get that paperwork over the line and then get the nuts and bolts and the...
I mean, it'll only be beneficial for us, because when I was saying about front ending, if you're taking away 5 hours of staff having to sit down and talk through people, which is pretty straightforward, they can do themselves. You're saving 5 hours of staff time. Then the staff can be focused on giving them the support they need to get the work done. So, we're trying to help people to get stuff done. We're not trying to beat them up. And we'll learn as well. This is a really good thing. But what I like about this, when the gentleman came back to Joe and said, oh, no, I've got it all on the website, had he come back and said, I didn't understand this form or I didn't like this, then we'd say, okay, fine, what didn't you understand? And we'll feed it into our thinking and then make the adaptation. So it's a movable feast to some degree. It's going to change its needs, but absolutely, it will make life easier for us. And there's also things such as the use of AI. So if somebody comes on the website and types into the website search thing, food license, they'll go onto the food stuff there. Can you tell me how I can put an application in to have an al fresco dining license? And then automatically AI would click into a video or would click into whatever. But AI is early doors here because there's security concerns and we've got to look at all that stuff. But we're future stating here. We're really, really trying to make it easy for people, and this is one of the first steps on the way. I'm really keen on it. I think the guys are doing a great job. I really do. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. Just more probably a comment and a compliment. I read through this, putting reflection on a few years ago. I went through this process, and I did come in and talk to staff, and probably took 2-3 hours of their time, and still went away going. And I read through this, and it was like, I know exactly what I would need to do if I was doing that. So yeah, really complimentary, and I think that's a great approach to take. So well done.
Darren, yes, Matt.
Sure. Thanks, Judd. The website looks real good and the flow's good. You mentioned the online forms that are being worked through.
Yes.
So is that process a one-time user fills in the form and submit, or is it through like a unique user login that they can, more like a portal that they can log in and check in with the progress, or is it a send it off and hope for a response?
There's probably three things there. So it will be a portal where a regular user is registered, and that will be the only way that they can do an online application. But an online application isn't using an editable form. It is actually answering questions that are relevant, and then that information will be transferred into our system, which is Pathway. So it is a true online application. Some businesses, you need to download a form and then handwrite the form and then scan the form and upload the form, and there'll be none of that. So that is what is being worked on, and it has been set up by our computer department, and it is ready for us to test, and it will be the next thing that we move on to. So that is exciting because it, again, makes it very easy for the customer. So effectively, any question we might have on a hard printed form will be exactly the same questions that are online. Yeah.
And then will this, I guess, Adrian, will this flow through the same kind of tech? Will flow through to dog licensing?
Yeah. Well, dog licensing is slightly different because there's legal requirements about us communicating with people and the dogs. We'll make it as streamlined as we possibly can, and we're doing the one tag for life thing and all that sort of thing.
As far as the actual online form and using that like tech portal for online.
Sure, absolutely. I think anywhere within the regulatory group, and probably in whole council in the fullness of time, we will make the website far more intuitive than it is at the moment.
And then I guess comms-wise, all of the internal searching of the website, it's also getting updated in a search engine optimised as well. So it's, you can ask Google the question, it will direct you to the website.
And the point you raised there is really critical because we've got 200 and odd staff here who are representatives of this council when they're out of council and in council. And so they'll be able to access information, or if one of their mates or a relative says, oh, I really want to set up a food business or I want to do this, they go, oh, well, just go on the website and we'll show you. And so you're getting that buy-in by the staff as well. So we're all on the same team. And, you know, and it also gives you guys a tool as well. So I'm sure you get people come to you, oh, I'm thinking of moving up the food business, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it because it's too bloody difficult. And you say, well, actually, have a look. And if you still need to ring us up, ring us up. We're not afraid to take a phone call, you know.
Thanks. Any other questions for Joe number one?
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that, and well done. That's great.
So we've got Joe number two now.
Yeah. Thank you for the building. Joe number two, so my apologies. Welcome to the meeting. Appreciate you. Us, please.
I'll try and keep this short, but firstly, thank you for the opportunity to let you know what we've been doing in the building team. In regards to engagement and communications, it's been a journey that we started probably about 18 months, 2 years ago, and the Section 17A review really showcased the stuff that we've been doing is really important, and to keep that moving. So we did I'll start from the start. Our industry are fairly vocal, and they like to tell us when we're not getting things right or we're too slow at things. So we've got a really good engagement with the industry in terms of having those conversations. So that was sort of step one, was how do we make that more open and transparent for our industry partners. So we sat down and created our own engagement and communications plan, and part of that was the website rewrite, which the comms team gave us a beautiful opportunity when they were redoing the website to say, here's a deadline and we want, you know, some good quality data. We rewrote the building website from the viewpoint of an owner rather than a builder or a designer, because builders and designers already know the information that they need to provide. Owners are where we're really struggling to hit and have them on board so they understand the process and the things that could hold things up, or the things that, you know, to get things through. Building is really complex, and while I would love to have a one-pager, it is multiple pages. But again, the comms team have done a great job where their search engine is amazing, so people can search for what they want to look for. We've made it really simple. So, do I need a consent? How do I create an application for a consent? And then we've also worked with other departments, the likes of hairdressers. So obviously that sits with a different department, but it crosses over. So we work with them to make sure that we've got good information for everyone. So if you want to start a hair salon at home, then there's really good information about that. Tiny houses or tiny homes, again, another big point of interest for our customers. So we've got information on there, and MB have some great information. So we have links to MB with a lot of their facts around this sort of thing. So that happened in February last year, the full rewrite. Part of that was also around our accreditation. So for our auditing purposes, we have to have certain information available to the public, and we get audited on that information. So it's really important that we keep our website up to date, that we keep up to date with legislation changes and code changes in terms of that building things. So we do a regular audit as a bi-monthly at the moment. We check all our links, we make sure the information is up to date. Again, I can't say how great the comms team in this space. They've actually created a tool, an auditing tool, so I can actually go through and audit each page, and it captures what I've audited, things that I need to change and things that I've updated. So it's a fantastic tool that they've implemented there. And the other thing they've done on the website is that they've created an amazing analytical tool, so I can actually jump in and have a look at how many hits of building pages we've had, and I can see where those hits are coming from, so whether that's from our own website or from Google. I can also see what pages they're landing on, and our top two highest is booking and inspection, which is fantastic. It means we've done our job well, because that's how we want to get inspections booked. And tiny houses are our two biggest hits at the moment. So yeah, it's a great analytical tool, and it helps shape our communications for the future as well. So that's the website. The other thing we've implemented is district office drop-ins. So every 2 months we are sitting in our main offices in Riverton, Tautau, Winton, and Te Anau. Obviously there's an office there, but we have an open day available or appointment for staff that are already there. So we have staff, a technical staff member and a coordinator to go out and sit in the office for the day. We have appointments being booked for those, or people can just drop in and talk to us about anything going on in their building world. Southland Homes Show, we attended that last year. That was really good feedback from that. We had a lot of people stopping by and asking a lot of building questions. Yes, some of that was for City Council, however we captured a lot of District Council people because they all come to town and attend those. Bi-monthly newsletters, which are in the little pack that I've given you. So I just have sent that out for the last two that we sent out to all of you, so hopefully you're getting that via email. We had started those on a monthly basis but found that it was too much communication, so we pushed it out to bi-monthly, and anything that changes in the building world, letting people know. We also do ad hoc communications. So when we were at our busiest peak and we were getting behind and getting things out the door, or we weren't able to meet our expectations on inspection timeframes, we would just send a bulk email out to everybody that we've got on our database to say, hey, this is our state of play. We're really sorry if you've got anything urgent or any issues, please come and talk to us. But we're trying to get this out as quickly as possible. And industry nights, we attend Master Builders, we attend the Block Layers Association, and we've also held a joint event with Placemakers in Te Anau, being their main shop up there, where we put on a night for Te Anau tradies to come in and talk to council, but also some of the things we're doing in the building world. So we've certainly made ourselves very available, especially over the last year, for people to communicate more with us. Out of the trading night in Te Anau came the focus groups. So we now have an industry focus group where we meet every month, where we have 9 industry players as well as the 4 team leads in the building department. And we just sit around the table, we talk about what's hot on their minds, and we talk about how we can find solutions to work better together and try and get some consistency across what we ask for and how we operate. And we also use them, we just launched a new customer portal, which is again because we've had feedback that the one that we were using, which was called Simply, and the tagline was, it's not so simply, it's more hardly. So we've ditched that and got a new portal, which has been a really successful migration over. Obviously with anything that's new, there's a few niggles, but we're managing that, and it's, but we used industry to have a look at that before we even said we would go to it. So we're trying to engage them more and actually be a lot more flexible with them in how we work. And that's my quick update.
No, I'm very keen with devoting time to this, because we need to, it's great to see inside the organisation for an area that historically has had its challenges. So what I say along with the rest of the sector. Adrian, is that the presentations, or were you going to do?
I'm going to talk a little bit about resource consents, because I haven't got a manager for that team, and that was the main area of pain. So thank you, Joe, and thank you, Joe. And as you can see, there's a lot of really good work going on. I can't take any credit for it. It's all pre me that this was in train. And I sit on the shoulders of giants, I think, on stuff like that. One of the things you'll get put in front of you later today are some of the statistics reporting on different parts of the group and how we're going on. And my main point of effort since I've been here has been the resource consenting area, because that was the area which needed most input. And suffice to say that when I arrived, it was in a pretty difficult position. There was one fully qualified planner who was a full-time employee. There was a couple of graduates. There was one administrator when there should have been 2.5. There was 3 casual employees, 2 of which were excellent, but they were only doing 15 hours a week. So we had an awful lot of stuff going on. In that time, what we managed to do, we managed to turn it around. What I discovered quite early, there was an awful lot of guidance for me from Section 17A reviews, TADS reports, and environmental services reviews, and I had so much information coming in telling me how we should be doing things. I thought, well, rather than trying to read through all of this and meet everybody's considerations, I'll just get us doing the job well. And if I get that done, it should address the issues. So, and what I found is when I get hit with another new document I didn't know about, where we had to put some information in, we've actually done it by virtue of the fact we do the job well. And so we put out an awful lot of our work to consultants, which was already planned, and as I say, I can't take credit for it. And I said to the team, I'm going to try and put everything out to consultants, because we need breathing space to get you lot up to speed. We then trained the team. So with assistance from Anne Robinson's team and others within the council, I got my staff trained in how to use the systems. So they know how to sign off consents when they've actually made a decision. We had some consents which were showing being open from 2021 because the planner at the time, who was no longer here, hadn't signed it off. And there was a lot of really basic, niggly, silly stuff on the system like that. We had 280 odd consents on hold, which can happen because of the way they are. But a lot of them were on hold purely and simply because nobody had finalised them off. They were there. So I said, let's clean the decks, let's get it right. And so everybody did some training. I'm very comfortable now that we're starting to get to a healthy position. We've recruited into 2 of the vacancies we had, a senior planner and an interim planner. We've got the administrator role filled, and we've got half administrator as well. Up until January this year, we hadn't issued an invoice from resource consents for nearly 9 months. So we've now issued 104, and we've got 6 left to issue from that backlog. The 6 we've got left are really complex ones where people didn't keep their time well a long time ago. So we've got to make sure we're doing it right. So the team have done that. We issued 71 resource consents this year. And that doesn't sound a lot, but it is an awful lot. On average, we get in about 15, 20 consents a month. So if we're going at a rate of 71, we're actually doing pretty well. We're exceeding the requirement. The 62 of those were lodged in the 2023 year, so they're already out of date. So when you look at the statistics, this is lies, damn lies in statistics, it'll look awful because you're only getting 14% out on time. But the reason we're getting 14% on time is because we're getting rid of all the old ones. Of the ones that have come in this year, and there's only 9 that we've issued, 7 have gone out in 20 days. And the 2 that didn't go out in 20 days went out in 22 days and 25 days. So we're getting there. We're getting there really well. The staff are being trained. So as well as being trained on our internal systems, they're all doing their professional training. So they're getting the members of NZ Planning Institute. They're getting the qualifications that's bring them on in a way to do work. So there's a complete buzz around the team now. They've always tried to do well, but they know they're valued now, and they know they can do a really good job. And it's fantastic seeing the people going on. We've had a total of 45 applications lodged this year. We've got 3 awaiting payments, so we don't do anything until we've got our money. 9 have been granted, 2 have been returned because they weren't doing very well, and 31 are being processed. If you put an application in for a resource consent and the information is of the right quality, the Section 88 stage, it will be processed immediately. It will go out for processing. That's a completely new state for us in this council. And it's important. And it might not be easy, it might be painful, we might say, I'm sorry, we need more information, but at least we're doing the job, so people have confidence that we're actually getting onto it, and it's not just sitting gathering dust. Request for service, one of the tyrannies of not being up to speed with a lot of stuff, you get an awful lot of requests for service. And we've had over 320 lodged this year. People saying, where's my consent? Or I need to know this, what's going on? We've closed 257 of them. 21 have been assigned. This is figures from yesterday, sort of changed again by now. And 63 of the not critical ones are just waiting to be assigned, because obviously we scan them and prioritise them. So we're getting through them as well. And that's when I'm 2 staff down as well. So the guys are doing really, really well. I talked about the invoices, and of course, on top of those invoices for the last year, which had never been issued, we've had new ones come in, so they're getting issued as well. So the guys are doing a really, really good job. I talked about nearly 300 consents being on hold, and as I say, that will happen because people don't want to progress it at that time, or we need to put it on hold while we're waiting for information. We're down to under 200 now. And that's a really good number. That might go up a little bit if more people put their stuff on hold, but our guys have got the tiger by the tail. And if you imagine working in an environment when you're really trying to do well, and all you're seeing is numbers go up, and people going, "No, I'm not getting my consent," it must be hellish for them. And good on them for sticking around, because I think I would have struggled. And now they're actually coming out of this and thinking, actually, I did pretty well there. And they're pretty robust people. So it's really, really good for me. Yeah, so as I say, our guys are getting trained. The contractors can issue the consents themselves now. They don't have to go through one of our team to double check everything. And we just do a peer review. So we'll drag the odd one in, we'll look at it and make sure they're doing it right. And we're confident that they are, because we've got quality contractors. We've got standardised consent conditions. We never used to have them. So if you've got me as a planner, I'm not a planner, never have been, never will be. But if you've got me as a planner or somebody else, you might get different conditions for the same thing. That doesn't happen anymore. They're standardised because they should be. And so we've got them now. We've written all of those. We've had somebody who's got the skills to do that for us. We've got a community engagement plan, which is nearly complete now, which we'll link into the website review, and we'll get all done at the same time. We're pro-mapping all of our process for everybody who needs to know how to do it. On both the building side, on the environmental health side, and on the resource consent side, we're trying to get remote inspections in as much as we possibly can. So you don't have to have somebody physically travel a long way to do an inspection. I've talked to Vodafone, this is how sad I am, and said, when are you going to have your countrywide coverage? Because that's an inhibitor for us, obviously. So at the end of 25, we'll have everybody everywhere can access. So in a year's time, or maybe a little bit more, we should be able to do remote inspections everywhere on appropriate inspections, not on everything. And I think of the difference that'll make. If I haven't got a building inspector having to do a 4-hour round trip, they can just do it on a person's smartphone and do it on a Zeit function or something like that. So this is all cool. And I've mentioned AI earlier, and it's something I'm quite passionate about. I'm not allowed to do it on council computers, so I've got my own one at home and I play with it on there. AI is fantastic. It's such an opportunity for us. So long as we corral it properly, as long as we look after it, it will save us an awful lot of time. It'll make people be able to do business with us easily. And that's what we've got to aim for. And that's what I'm really, really keen about. You can see I'm passionate about this. And I am passionate about it because I've got really good people in my team and they're doing a really good job. And I think we'll carry on doing a really good job as well. And I hope that the next time I see you and the time after that, you'll just see progression and we'll get there.
Thanks, Adrian. That's really interesting to get the personalised view from the leader about what's actually happening, and I'm much appreciative, as I have been with Joe and Joe. Right, do we have questions for Adrian, Joe? Indeed, Jane, welcome to the meeting as well, for Jane as well. Are there any questions for Glass? Rob?
It's probably more a statement than a question, but I guess just a thank you. Like I think the three of you have just filled the room with confidence. And just a reflection, I was talking to a new business operator the other day that had gone through the process, and so complimentary of working across different sectors in the organisation, but it was fluid and the sectors talked to each other, so he didn't have to try and engage with different people. So we are starting to get the positive feedback coming through from the community too, so that's great.
Yes, Rob, that's good news. Any other questions? Yes, Christine.
Well, thanks, that was really refreshing to hear what you've had to say and the positive aspects with it. Because I think we've had sort of some time where we've been looking at what's been going wrong. So, to be able to reflect on the work that the staff have done to turn that around is great. And one of the methods or strategies we used is to put the work out to contractors so staff can be trained, and then you'll get that flow-on effect. Where are you at now in that work coming back from the contractors to staff?
So not all work goes out to contractors now. We have some in our house. It will depend on when I get my last 2 vacancies filled. I honestly believe end of May, we shouldn't have to be putting stuff out of contract. I've got to get this slug cleared. We've got about another 60 odd old ones we've got to get cleared. Once we've got them cleared, I think the vast majority of the work will come in the house. But we will retain the ability to give work to contractors if for some reason we can't do it ourselves. We've got a few big ones like wind farms coming to the area, which are unusual, and we just don't really have the skill set, to be honest. And there's a different way of doing them. I've got a really, really good staff member who deals with wind farms, but we act as, what's the word I'm looking for? We only have so much influence over it because it's fast tracking, and we put the right people onto the panel, and we've had that go for council. So stuff like that, we'll still look for the right people with the right skills. But I would think pretty much all consents, depending on the volume we get, should come back in-house hopefully by the end of May. But I can't guarantee it. Because I don't know where my bodies are going to be. I'm a couple down at the moment, but yeah, hopefully by the end of May, if not before. But we certainly don't want to be giving it to contractors if we don't need to. We've got some really talented people.
We've just seen the benefit of putting an intensive work in over a short period of time to enable to get to that next point where it starts to flow through the system in a way that allows the staff to handle it in-house. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's very good to hear. We all know of cases where we've heard from people of frustrations in the past. So I think it's very important that we pass their appreciation on to the staff. Just a couple of small questions. One is, and I think you answered it before, so they do take phone inquiries. Yeah. And the other one, I mean, this is stupid in a way, it's about sucking eggs, but I noticed there was mention of battery life there, and I'm sure that's a problem when you've travelled a long way out of town. So I guess that there's ways to have a backup for that.
This is what, for remote inspection?
Well, I think you were talking in terms of cameras, like for photography. It was point 32 on page 94.
Sorry,
I mentioned about coverage and batteries.
Right. Okay. The only cameras that my team use are the body cameras, and they have like 12 hours normally.
Oh, right.
So that should be fine. Other than that, if they're taking stills, it'd just be with your smartphone. So there shouldn't be an issue with that. I'm not aware of any problems with that.
It just got mentioned in there. Okay.
Joe, thanks very much. Adrian, all good, really positive stuff. Talking just about going back to the housing side of things with regards to, if you look at the historical context of the District Council, previous reports, the swords stuff that took place, looking at demographics, looking at our ageing housing stock, looking at the change in terms of attitudes towards housing. You mentioned modular building and housing. I had a meeting last week with someone who was looking at bringing in a lot of modular builds into the country. And that ranged from anything from 38 square metres up to sort of 6-storey apartments and so on and so forth. One of the things I sort of asked him was, I said, the current legislation from a modular build perspective, if you're talking about 38 square metres, doesn't support what you're saying. And he said, well, the only way that we can bring these into the country is by 38 square metres, because that's how they fit them onto the ships and they're bringing them into the country. So what do we need from you, or what do we need to do in order to be able to put pressure to be able to change that?
What I think he would need to do, if he hasn't done it already, and I'd be surprised if he hasn't, is go to MBIE, the Ministry of Building Innovation and Employment, and say, I want a multi-fit consent for these modules. So what's the actual name of it? Is multi-fit? Yeah. So basically, he would go to MBIE and say, I've got this design, here it is. They will assess it and say, yep. So they would then come to us and say, I've got a building, I want to put it on this piece of land. And we'll say, okay, fine. You're saying I've got a multi-fit consent. So we wouldn't be inspecting the building. We'd have to inspect the footings and everything else and make sure if it's gone onto land, it's gone in a safe place. So there'd still be a building consent required for the actual footers, but the actual building itself, he would just be able to put it onto the land. And funny enough, I had a guy who's up in Whangarai today berating me about that. And I said, well, have you got a multi-fit consent? He said, I have. I said, so where's your problem? I don't understand. He said, oh, but you require me to have a building consent to put it on land. I said, we do. Because we've got to know what you're putting it on. We've got to know where you're putting it. It's a safe place for that building to be. But other than that, bang. So, yeah, so it's a lot more straightforward than people think. And I understand their fear. If we're going to invest an awful lot of money dragging these buildings in, that they wouldn't be able to sell them. But yeah, there are ways of doing it, and just need to go for MBI.
I hope they do well, because they're looking at 10 buildings at this stage.
Yeah, sure.
They said they wanted to bring 100 in, and I said, well, my recommendation would be to probably call your jets for a start. We're sort of a bit more certain with, as you say, under the RMA and what the requirements are and what the central government will do. But there seems to be an appetite for that. There's definitely a demand.
Yeah.
Supply over the broad spectrum of areas for housing. So that's encouraging.
Thanks for that, Tom. Yes, Matt. Keen to wrap up the conversation, guys. We're keen to devote time, but
just one specific question. You mentioned the quality systems, and you mentioned like the exciting tech of AI and that kind of thing. With the LiDAR that Southland's now got, is that currently being utilised in these processes? Like, I guess an example would be in assessing putting one of these modular homes on a site, if there's water hazards or something, looking at the contours of the land. Now that information is available for Southland, is that being used internally?
Well, that would be. I honestly don't know what the situation is with LiDAR here, but in my previous council, we definitely did look at LiDAR for those things, and I don't see why we wouldn't do it here. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
As one of the 24 training sessions that I went through, we went through all the GIS mapping. We're using that layer, and the planners' eyes were just bulging when they found out how much more information they can see at a glance. It meant absolutely nothing to me, hands up, I'm not a builder, but it meant an awful lot to them. So the GIS system is coming into play really well. So jump on that.
Oh,
I just
please do.
seeing I was there.
Could I make a recommendation based on a workshop that the climate change group saw from staff at ES, who have tidied up some of the LiDAR data to create a really usable online tool that's available to anyone to use? It'd be good if they were invited to workshop with staff on how that can be used, just for elevation measurements, the nearest 27. It's a lot easier to make decisions at a desktop level with some really good data, and our regional council has developed that tool, so getting that information and how that could be implemented internally here would be really good to see.
Good. Thank you for that. I just want to go back. So actually, I think that, I like your idea. I think it's the lean approach, isn't it? Right, and all the widgets underneath get fixed, Adrian. So I take that. And there's a sense to which the paper started at the other end. What are the widgets that need to be fixed? So, Jane, you very faithfully reported on those, which is superb. I actually think you work both systems reasonably well. So, look, just a couple of very quick summary point or questions as we get to it. When I look at the agreed actions, which are part of the resolution E, which essentially is looking at it from a widget perspective, I look at those dates there, and on the whole, the core fix from the 17A review is going to occur by the end of the financial year, correct? By June this year.
Yes.
So that's the key thing, and I mean, even hearing it from the other end, Adrian, for instance, you're saying with building consents, get a couple of consenters on, and you're away running.
Yeah,
correct. So that's a great position to be in, where we know that even if it's straight accountability on a process that we've initiated, that we can see an end point of 30 June, which is tremendous. I think the only other question then, Jane, that I had was actually, given we're a risk committee, you have helpfully put in here the risk assessment. It's on, for my members, it's on page 99 and following. June's not too far away, it's less than 3 months, although I think this has a longer running frame to it than just that. Are there any of these risks that have got you awake at night that we should discuss?
Not really. We changed the focus on the risk as well as in the main report and the action plan report as well, because it's about putting the customer as our focus all the way through, which was one of the biggest highlighted elements that was missing. I think the way that we're going in regard to all of this additional activity that's been happening, I mean, it makes my stuff really boring, sorry, listening to the passion from these guys, but from what I'm seeing and the progress of the actions, I think the risk register is okay. And all we can do is continue to keep discussions going across the board as well, just to make sure that we haven't missed anything.
I've got.
We need to review.
Thank you, Jane. I've got one final question, I think, from Bob.
Just following on from that, and it actually relates to the future paper in this agenda as well, but the same kind of thing with the measurement of our customer satisfaction being done December and then December. Is it worthwhile actually doing some kind of a survey so we can kind of track that customer satisfaction all the way through, which will address, I think, some of those questions about that risk and how we're sort of tracking rather than waiting for a 12-month review?
Sorry.
Yeah, just have a brief response for you. So what the customer service centre, the contact centre are planning to do is ask some questions at the end of calls. And so we're doing some work with Rod McIntyre so that they can just, I don't know how frequently that will happen, but that would be on a certain number of calls that are related to regulatory services.
It'd be good. Yeah. Look, and that was going to be my final point. Was I wrote this is a ballsy call. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say that in the meeting. On page 84, where we noted the disappointing result in December 23, and we're confident, and I can see why you're confident, which is great. You've got community saying well done. It would be nice to verify that actually the real test is what does the consumer think. So if there are other informal ways we can get a gauge, even by June when we have another report, that would be tremendous because it just gives us a wee bit of external validation.
There's some other work being done at the front door of the council as well in regard to they're doing an upgrade to their main software that enables them to be able to write knowledge articles so that the frontline staff are completely able to quickly do a search and go, here's the word from this team's, this is what you need to do, da 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 da. So at the very first point of contact, they're getting that as opposed to necessarily being transferred through if it answers their query, which therefore frees up more time for processing. So it's that beginning, middle and end effect that I can see happening here. When I first read the report, the action plan and the reports, and I thought, oh, okie dokie. What I'm really pleased to say is that looking at this, how many have been physically completed and closed now and can move to the bottom of the report, then we can get into the more future gazing and more, how do we continue this improvement? So that's positive.
Thank you, Jane. Well, this is definitely the last question.
Just the comment, I guess our budgets must be affected by the discounts that we've had to give along the way.
We're within the budget that's been allocated at the moment. And obviously we charge people for work we're doing resource consents. We have to pay contractors a little bit more than we get back in, but that's all been budgeted for and all well within the budget at the moment.
Okay, so we move to the recommendations, please. We had a couple of informal comments there, Jane, from Rob. The idea, can we find some informal but external validation that this is the right thing, and your very helpful comment about the LiDAR stuff, Matt, which makes a lot of sense to me. Can we go to the recommendations, please, which is that we been asking a couple of things here. We haven't addressed D, which is that there is the removal of operational managers from the steering group overseeing the Section 17A review. Do we need to comment more on that? You're just trying to free up operational managers to get on with the job. Is that right, Jane?
We have a delivery team, which these operational managers are but they were also in the steering group. So from a governance perspective, we've just split them out.
Well, I'm happy to pass the resolution. I don't think you need to have us saying that necessarily is the case, but I suspect you already made the decision, which seems sensible to me. We've agreed to we are being asked to agree to the update documents. I hear your point, Adrian. This is looking from the bottom up, as in contrast to your we do it right. These are answered, but I like the way in which you've prioritised it. I understand that, so I'd like to suggest that we do that as well, recognising I'll always want to know what the end result like, which is your point, Adrian. So we have a tidy up of the steering group. We have an endorsement of the actually proposed over the coming quarter, which makes a lot of sense. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Rob. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Tom. I'll put the motion then. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. Hey, thank you, guys. I said we'd take a bit of time, and I think we are all the more happy later when we leave the meeting with what we've just heard. Thank you for your time. Let's go. Anne was apparently was telling me her strategy was we hear from these guys as we then go into the performance report for the year. So, Rob, welcome to the table, and if we could have your summary quickly, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kia ora, Mr. Chairman and members of the Finance and Insurance Committee. I'm here to present the second interim performance report this morning. This report is brought to you twice a year as an interim, and then at the end of the year as a final report. The purpose of the report today is to provide the Finance and Insurance Committee with an update on Southland District Council's 58 KPIs for the second reporting period of the 23-24 year. I will take the report as read, however we'll talk to a few points of the report. Of the 58 KPIs, 39 or 67% are achieved, 13 or 22% are yet to be achieved, and 6 or 10% are yet to be measured. As mentioned in the executive summary of the report, it is important to monitor the 13 KPIs yet to be achieved, including discussing measures that may need to be put in place to assist that achievement where appropriate. However, it's also important to celebrate the 39 or the 67% of KPIs that have achieved target already for this reporting year, and the efforts made by staff to make positive changes to the processes that are supporting the achievement in the other KPIs. This reflects Council's commitment to appropriate service provision across the district, and all of our activity groups are achieving some or all of the set KPIs. Of the 13 KPIs yet to be achieved, we reported back in period 1 that there were 4 KPIs identified as a risk for Council, being reputational, accreditation and service provision risk. Those 4 KPIs are identified again in the reporting period 2. But as we've just heard, there's some significant changes and work being done in 3 of those 4 KPIs, and it's really good to hear that progress that's being made. The other of the 4 risk KPIs is 12.3, and we've got Hartley here to help talk through some of that process. Hartley, do you want to come and join me here? As stated in the report, 12.3, we have not met target in the second period. We predicted in period 1 that we wouldn't meet target, and it's also predicted that we won't meet the target again by the end of the year due to cost increases.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome, Hartley. I just want to draw reference. This has to come up again under the infrastructure strategy. Can't help but note the challenges we have around the infrastructure strategy. So this is a good entrance. So Hartley, thank you for being here this early in the day. For us, that's great. I'll be pleased to hear what you're thinking about this, because this is we're going to undershoot by a third. This is roughly right, and that's quite a number. So in your hands.
Yeah, so thanks, Chair, councillors. So obviously the challenge we face is probably a multitude in terms of the funding and how we receive our funding. We get in 3-year allocations because of our funding assistance we get from ZTA. Wakatai, and as such, we pretty much operate on a fixed budget over a 3-year period. But unusual in terms of the cost increases we have seen over the past 3 years. But because of that, effectively the budgets have remained static, and work programs have then had to adjust to accommodate those budgets. Probably the biggest influencer is bitumen cost increases. There are occasions that it does go down or may through the season fluctuate up and down. But what we have seen is that those increases have been quite significant over that 3-year period. And as a result, we're effectively doing less work on our roads, at least particularly in terms of our resurfacing, as noted. The risks associated with that is really around our waterproofing, especially as infrastructure ages, and then getting water into our roads and into the sub-pavement of that, and then causing problems. The other aspect is that the roads are so aged, they can become smoother, and so from a road safety point of view, texture and effectively braking ability can be compromised. And some of the ways we can go to mitigate that, particularly over a shorter term, is by the introduction of speed advisory signs. So from a level of service impact, rather than being able to safely travel down that road at 100 kilometres an hour, they might be down to a 70 or a 50. Doesn't necessarily remove that risk, as we've seen that in the past, where even where we've put those signage up, reducing that level of service, we still see that crashes can still occur, particularly on weekdays, or where we've had a long period of dry weather. That first little bit of rain tends to create quite a slick surface. So even with those speed advisories, there's still a risk associated with crashes, and therefore severe injury or even fatality. So we've been reasonably lucky we haven't had that fatality, but we've definitely experienced crashes on some of those sites. In terms of what we've looked for...
So we're really talking here about a systemic issue.
Correct.
Aren't you? I mean, you're really effectively saying the system is preventing us, and this is not about being the victim, I don't want to be a victim statement, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, is actually we have a systemic challenge here, which is meaning the funding is defining what we can do, and when costs such as bitumen are going, we're going to be doing less with very significant impact.
That's correct.
Clearly, we aren't in this alone, right?
That's correct. We're not the only ones in this position. It's a national issue for us. As a infrastructure industry as a whole.
So in that broad sense of collaboration, holding hands, what is the sector doing about this?
So the sector is looking at, I suppose, how we collaborate through we've read the current GPS through the use of Te Renga Maimoe, the Road Efficiency Group, and monitoring and creating reporting profiles of what's actually occurring. Things like consistent condition data capture, it's a project that's been launched nationally, for consistency of sealed road data capture, so across the country can actually see how roads are performing, and part of that is how smooth or rutting, etc. that's occurring. So it's doing some of those things from a sector point of view, get a good understanding of what's occurring across the country as a whole. And I'd say that the government policy statement, or the draft government policy statement that's been released, is quite strong on looking after what we have. Quite the key strategic priority is, or one of them is at least renewals and maintenance activity. So there's that recognition from a national point of view. In terms of us specifically and where we sit from a national point of view, the issues around too much bitumen on our roads, smooth surfaces. We're probably one of the earlier councils seeing that. And your contractors like your Downers, Fulton Hogan's, engaging with them around what products or solutions there might be to try and extend the life and get better performance out of our existing assets. So we are looking at what can be done, and the sector is looking at how big the problem is and what can be done, but it is a big challenge for the sector.
Thanks, Hartley. Christine.
Thank you. Looking at our state highways and seeing similar issues there, can we assume, or do we know if Waka is taking the same approach that we're taking, because they would have an overall budget for the state highway few years as well?
Good question. From what I do know around the state highway, they operate slightly different in terms of, for councils, each one gets assigned while you apply for your funding. That gets moderated at a national level based on how much funding is available nationally. Each council effectively gets their share, depends on your business case or activity management plan, which is effectively the business case, and what you need. For us, that includes any cost fluctuations. So the budget we get is the budget we get in essence. From a state highway point of view, I understand the way they allocate the costs is based on the base contract rates. Then at a national level, they effectively have a bucket of money that then gets utilised to address cost fluctuations. So it's not done at a local Southland state highway network level. It's done at a national level, so they prioritise it across the country on where things like cost fluctuations get addressed. But ultimately, the funding that gets assigned for that 3-year period stays the same across the whole country, because that's what gets assigned to the National Land Transport Program.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Rob?
Yeah, this is the cumulative impact of this really concerns me as you start looking down the track, and just thinking about the special purpose roads that they're looking at giving back to us as well, which is adding to the problem as well, with a road out towards Hollyford there that's miles away from our roading network too. So this problem, I think it's something that we really need to have a really good look at, because as we go into the long-term plan and the future long-term plans, we're actually, the problem just going to get bigger and bigger and harder to get back to the state that we should be in.
That's all. Please, Sarah.
Yeah, I guess my question off the back of that then is it actually realistic to continue to aspire to the 6.5%?
So in terms of historically, we've had a high percentage that we've been resurfacing, and we've achieved that, but we've seen a lot of volatility over the last 3 years, and that's made it very difficult to achieve. What we've budgeted for going forward is readjusting budgets to be back up to that 6.5% mark. But that's, I suppose, to give an indication, that's probably another 50% increase on current budgets to get to our current target. So it's quite a big jump.
Did not even make good what we haven't done.
Yeah, correct. That's just to get
up to 6.5.
Where we want to be achieved.
And that's why I was interested. This goes to the infrastructure strategy. That's what's inherent inside the infrastructure strategy and our financial strategy, correct?
What's the time to get back to that?
To the 6 book. So that's effectively what we're doing to the 24-25 budgets going forward. Yeah. That's still, I suppose, taking into consideration what we haven't achieved. We haven't factored that in, because that would be even more.
Sorry,
It's Hartley. I just want to make a comment. I went to listen to Cameron Begry, the ANC a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about Southland's roads and how amazing they are. He said you drive north from Taupo, Northland, and a completely different story here. His comment was, we wouldn't like to be a council at the moment around roading and any infrastructure projects with the way costs have gone, so I feel for all of us. And do we have any warranty on our roading at all when the job is done?
Yeah, so we do. We have defects periods. Depends on the type of job. They're generally 12 to 24 months. If there's something that hasn't quite gone right, may not on face value necessarily fail any aspects, but we might say, well, hang on, that doesn't look quite right. We've had a bit of rain, as an example. Some of the bitumen's been affected. May look at extending that defects period to a 2-year or even a 3-year period. So that's pretty standard for all our contracts.
So our roading network, like the Tarsio roads, how long are they to last for? How long?
So we have an average for when we resurfacing the roads, just under 14 years, probably around the 13 to 14 year mark. It does vary, but that's as a network average. And then for a full rebuild of our road, so basically putting gravel over the top again, and so starting new in essence, it's around 60 to 70 a year is what we're trying to achieve on our roads. We haven't hit that yet. We're renewing roads, but as a network, we haven't actually renewed all our roads yet, so we don't exactly know yet.
Yes, I've got, sorry, Paul, and then I think I've got Tom.
Me first, sorry. I've also had comments from people from further north in the last few weeks about how good our roads are. I hear assertions about the bitumen quality since Marsden Point's closed. So is that an issue, or is that not really?
We haven't seen anything to indicate that.
And price?
Price does seem to have gone up. We, as an industry, are shifting away from basically two forms: cutback bitumen, which is applied at a much higher temperature, and emulsion, which is applied at a lower temperature, which has got more water in it. Industry is shifting to emulsion. Emulsion does come at a slightly higher cost, but from a safety point of view, it's a much safer product to apply. Applying it at around 80 to 100 degree temperature when you're getting sprayed versus near 200 degrees. So if something goes wrong, impacts on workers is a lot more dangerous. From an environmental point of view as well, and emissions, the emulsion is a much more favourable product. So the whole industry is shifting. So it's quite difficult to tell because the industry is shifting plus the Marsden Point, and they're all occurring at the same time. So it's quite difficult.
Yeah, well, this one person told me they were watering it down, which would be what you were talking about, but in a different way.
The
final, all about context.
Yeah, the final product that's on the road ends up being the same volume of bitumen.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Hartley. At the last community board meeting that I was at, there was a real focus on speed, coming through that particular area. And I'm talking broadly about the Mararoa Waimea area, which is affected by speed because of the amount of traffic, the type of traffic, tourism and so on and so forth. There was an indication that we were going to get a couple of representatives from Kotahi come and talk to us about what we wanted to know and how we could mitigate against some of the dangers associated with some of these areas. I sort of put my hand up in the community board meeting and I said, well, before we actually get to that step and invite these people into our area, and I'm assuming it's affecting Greater Southland as well, we need to get historical data and evidence and also what we currently face and what we're projected to face in terms of increases, risks and so on and so forth. So I asked the staff member if we could potentially go through you and get some of that information. Is that something we can do? So basically I said, can we just hold these guys off and then present them with something that's concrete before they come?
I wonder if that's an offline question.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tom. I think we might be veering away from what the report's about. It's a good question, but I think actually if I could invite you guys to discuss that offline, that would be helpful. So any other questions on the report? Look, thank you, Robin. You've forced us to focus on key things. We've had clearly, as Anne managed, a very good report from the environmental services over three of them. But Hartley, thank you for being here. And it is going to play its well. I mean, you've set the scene very well for actually our infrastructure strategy discussion a wee bit later on, which I hope you can remain for, which is really important. It's going to reflect the substantial impact on our plan, on our delivered performance this year, and delivery is everything, isn't it? Robin, these four ones are going to require careful reporting in our annual report, okay? Because we know, I mean, you're essentially hinting now that actually we aren't going to achieve in critical areas. So I just look again. We know we're well planned for our annual report, but actually what we say in the annual report is important. And this is not a achieved, not achieved measure. This is we need to be working with our community so they can understand why we have delivered what we So if I could just leave that as a warning, I think it's a warning, but actually as a comment, I think it'd be really important. I'd see this in your report. I don't want to get the annual report straight away, but this is quite a significant thing. Okay, so I don't sense any other questions from folk at this stage in terms of the report. Again, really helpful. Can we move to the recommendation, which is that we receive Robin's report? Thank you. Sarah, do I have a second, please? Thank you. I appreciate that, Margaret. For the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Those against, is carried. Thank you very much. Heartily thank you, Robin. Oh, I'm getting told we need a break for morning tea. Good idea. Why don't we? Can we take 10 minutes? Be back at looks like 20 past. Didn't we? You were here last meeting, correct?
Yep.
Brilliant. Right, David, great to have you here. I'd be very keen to hear a morning report, please, and then I'll open up for questions.
So, report's been provided across 3 documents on this occasion. The main report, which has had a change in formatting, and you'll see the colour coding, identifies critical risks through to, on the right-hand side, the table showing how many of those we encountered. Second document's Appendix A relates to our critical risk roadmap that's been previously requested, and how we're going to work through focusing our efforts on those critical risks going forward. And Appendix B's relating to the wellbeing within SDC. So coming back to the main report, you'll see in pinky style colour critical risk around use of motor vehicles. And we had 5 events relating to that. One of them at 8798 relates to motor vehicles leaving the road and entering the Edendale wastewater site. I thought that was a good example just to explain to you, reported here to yourselves, shown as a critical risk, being considered on the right-hand side as to action controls in mitigating risk going forward, or lessening that residual risk. Was reported to ELT and discussed there, and it's also been through a working group, learning team situation for safety moments and meetings with staff to see what feedback we can get on how to better address those things. And the upshot of that was that the strategic roadie manager could see the relationship of SDC at the top of the road for that. Our waste and water manager could see the employee relationship after the vehicle had left the road and gone into our workplace as well, and we're able to coordinate their 2 responses to have a good effect on mitigating that risk going forward.
So Cody, that was one of our employees that was involved in going off the road?
No, it was a member of the public
from
the public roadway, and our work site is below.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, you've got it. Thank you.
People entered there.
Yeah.
Workers would normally be. So we had that unusual relationship of being the RTA at the top, and we were the PCBU at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Also got an example of the critical controls around the risk of safe motor vehicle use on the right-hand side, pie charted up in relation to how they sit in the hierarchy of controls from the health and safety at work legislation. And that's just to look to give a bit of a balance as to what we can do in relation to that initial duty of eliminating risk, substituting items to lessen risk, and or engineering against them, which you can see we've got a good balance on that substituting and engineering occurring in relation to our motor vehicle side of things, versus totally relying on an admin situation of telling people to drive safely. Because as humans, we know we don't get things right 100% of the time. So everything we can do to make sure we've got a safe fleet and safe use of vehicles under that engineering or substitute side of things, we're strengthening our safety levels. Additionally in there you'll see, well not highlighted, there's a good number of safety observations occurring in there, and my comment towards those is around the fact that staff are continuing to engage and complete those, and the next step coming from them is that they are they have raised concerns about the quality of what they're doing in those observations and requested additional knowledge and training around items such as working at heights, etc., that start falling into those critical risks so that they can better apply those and be assured that we're getting compliance in those contractual situations and where we're observing other people's work. So, great engagement and something for us to really build off on the fact that they want to improve that quality rather than saying this is a hassle doing it. So,
Dave, you got more?
then otherwise, as I said, Appendix A was just a roadmap as to how we're going to head forward with our critical risk identification and measurement, and that's based around the current risk management maturity models that are available. The New Zealanders good guidelines, good practice guidelines.
Questions, Margie?
Thank you, Bruce. If you're I'm going to page 124 in Better Star, wellbeing program for staff. Just look at the numbers in it. There's only 18 in 2023. How is it measured against other organisations? And is this the right tool for the staff? If those are the staff that are using it.
I can talk to that.
Sorry.
Come up to the level. So the 18 Maggie is actually staff who have reached out and had consultant interactions. So it doesn't mean that other staff haven't received education or advice. It's just people who have needed a higher level of care. So we don't, obviously that's the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff versus actually trying to do all the proactive stuff up front. So, it'll be,
Okay, so thanks, Jo. One other question. The monthly topics through Star, do the staff have any input on what they want to
Okay, so they come, so Benny Star basically look at all the relevant, what are the key topics that are coming out up both through the country, and now they're going to tell us, so it'll get the global input as well. If staff have specific ideas that they want to, they can feed those back to us. So for example, in December we had Lauren who come and talk to the whole team, which was really cool. And so the feedback through that is staff would like some more stuff around mindset, sleep, and just that reminding them of the things that they already know and actually putting those tools into action. So we've got plans to bring stuff in on that level as well.
How many attended Lauren's workshop?
At Staff Room we had around 175 people.
Wow.
So that was our year-end one.
Yeah.
It was really exciting because we got to bring everybody together out at Wallistown, and
Oh, that's really good.
Thank you, mate. Any other questions?
Well, it's just a follow on, really. I've got a handy little acronym that I made up for you for your staff.
Lots of suggestions coming from the committee to staff. This is good.
So you know when you snap into something or you snap out of something? So you've got sleep, nutrition, activity, but most importantly, purpose. Right. So you have to understand why you're doing what you're doing. So I don't know, I was just wandering around the hill one day and that popped into my head and I thought, now here's an opportunity to share that with you. So take it or leave it. It might not work for everyone, but it's based on what you just said.
What was the A?
Activity.
Activity. I like it. See, I'm a consultant, mate. You got to have these words. You got to have these words all like. That's right.
Copyright that.
No, seriously, Tom. Thank you. I don't know whether that's a useful idea for you guys, but thank you for giving it. It's a bit like Matt's suggestion around LiDAR. So there we go.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go for it.
On page 121.8, in review of policies, the organisational health, safety and wellbeing policy is being reviewed by the leadership team. Will they come to us, these governors, to have a look over? Not sure how that works. Will it be on the website or?
So the current document and chart is signed off till July
Okay.
It's due now to go through ELT, etc. With Cameron to sign off when they're satisfied.
So we do have copies of that all around our building, and
Yeah.
and it's on our staff website, but I'm not sure about it to members.
Have you seen it, Sarah? I haven't seen it, but it'd be quite nice to see.
Great to see.
Hear the request.
What are you wanting to see, Meg? Because I think it might be what I'm wanting to see. What?
The health, sorry, I'm not being, health, safety and wellbeing policy that's being reviewed.
Oh, okay. Actually, what I was going to go one step further. I am interested in the wellbeing results here, and I think 8 out of 18 is quite a high rate of work presenting for EAP. What I've seen around the country. Equally, it's on the minority rather than majority, and I probably could accept good reasons why that may be that, you know, the way you said it, Joe, that with you, Joe, that these are people that are presenting with higher needs in terms of support rather than the more people needing stuff, which I'm sure you're generally concerned with. So I would be interested to obviously monitor that as a trend. But one of the things, policy is interesting, but I would be interested to actually, if we could see a demonstration of the Benestar app, the wellbeing platform, a bit like we had a chance this morning to see what is happening in the regulatory. I wonder, I think if I could make an invitation to all three of you to give us a sense of actually, what is, you know, if I'm an employee, what does this Benestar thing look like? Sorry, that sounds dismissive, this Benestar thing, wrong word, but it would be interesting to see because it's good. I mean, it's good people have the ability to access EAP, but actually we do have to be cognizant of the results that are showing, which is what we would have tonight.
Just to comment on that, we went on to Tell Us at Work, and I have to say the standard in the app is amazing. The results there is, I was super impressed with it.
Great. Well, it could just be useful for all of us, if I can be honest, because, you know, the wellbeing side, the health and safety, I'm not saying in any way is that you're ever satisfied with that, but the wellbeing it's a tough area, but it's a very real area for our staff. And I want to come back to that point, Sarah.
Thank you. I'll be actually interested to see the January to March figures, because the post-Christmas is always an interesting one to actually navigate. But based on the presentation that I heard this morning, I think that when you actually look at your breakdown and use of your EAP services, and that 6 of those are workplace change and restructuring,
that's right.
You know, potentially we do see some settling down in that space, and then, you know, that potential for people to not need to tap into those services once things become a bit more stable within staff.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm looking for, Sarah. Indeed, but I would hope there would be a drop-off as a result. Reflecting that 8 out of 18 is, to me, high.
Mr. Chair, could I challenge that a little bit? Could I say, not as that point of view, but the fact that actually people are confident enough and trustworthy enough to use the resources available in Benestar. Because in a lot of businesses, people might not be that comfortable to use services.
Yeah.
So there could actually be an element of it that's actually around, there is a comfort level, I don't know, but...
but promotion of the service.
Yeah. And
I see, yeah, look, I don't want to, perhaps I've been too absolutist. I'm interested to know, I'm interested to see how the Benestar thing works. Now, I'm sorry, I've never been an employee with a Benestar, or quite frankly, I'm getting too old, I haven't been an employee in this sort of situation before. If it's helpful to take me aside and show me it, that'd be fine. I don't want to destroy time, but I do think it might be useful for the rest of all of us to understand actually its use. And I'll be honest, I'll go back to my point, ease of use and availability for staff, just to understand a tough area. Because you see, the thing that actually, you mentioned the Lauren session went down well, and it was great to hear you at 170, because actually, you say here, gave a presentation on boosting resilience during uncertainty and how to deal with that. Nothing in our workplace over the next 2 to 3 years is going to remove uncertainty. Nothing over the next 3 years in our workplace is going to significantly reduce stress. I'm trying to help people have a work-life balance. But presenting issues, I mean, look at Hartley. I mean, I don't know, I'm saying Hartley, so I don't know whether you're stressed, mate. But look, we are not going to achieve, go back to SNAP, we're not going to achieve our purpose by a third this year. That's going to make some ratepayers grumpy. So dealing with uncertainty and ambiguity is actually a leader skill. We can't eliminate that. So I'm really interested in actually understanding how we're driving the wellbeing program. So the Benestar, I've made my point, is part of that, and actually how it's ultimately influencing the numbers. I've got an open mind, Anne, as to what numbers will be the numbers. I certainly hope, and I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing. But
I think
we you know, this is the challenge, isn't it? How do we live in an environment which is inherently uncertain? It's going to change. It has to change. We have trouble with trying to make things meet. This is a difficult environment. So how we look after our staff is critical. Great.
I think one of the other key things there too to remember too is that wellbeing isn't only influenced by work, and
absolutely.
That's the hard piece about it, because you've got that whole outside work is also, you're still one person.
And the majority is still outside work. Let's be honest. Okay, the majority is still outside work if I go on those numbers. So let's acknowledge that. Christine,
So I was going to make a similar comment, because it's important not just look at the total number, but the breakdown of what that looks like. And when I looked at work stress, the total was 5, but actually since October, December, there's none in there. But as Sarah was mentioning, because we know that stress for our individuals, one would think it's in the middle of winter, but it's not. The Christmas period is when most people are affected by stress, whether it be work related or whether it be in the home, but often the two interrelate and can't be separated neatly from each other.
Great. That's a great report. It's stimulated a good discussion and a greater understanding, which is probably the a good starting point for managing risk. Is there any other questions or comments from folk you'd like to make? No? We'll move then to the recommendation, which is that we receive move and a second for that. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Sarah. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? It's carried. Thank you, you guys. As has been said from, Joe said from the top table here, Joe number 3. So there we go. Nice to meet you. Okay, welcome back. Risk management, the quarterly update.
Thank you. So good morning again, everybody. The purpose of the report today is to present the March 24 quarterly risk management update for your consideration. I'll take the report as read, however there are a couple of points that I will just speak to quickly. You'll note that the strategy and direction risk has been assessed as increased this quarter. As you know, the sector is continuing to see change coming out of central government, all of which has implications for our direction of travel and for any long-term planning in that context. So the strategy and direction risk is closely aligned to the change and reform risk. And assessments been made this quarter in the context of both the risks and opportunities that are presented to Council now in terms of the choices that are now available and the direction that it might choose to take. A second point I'd like to bring your attention to is the climate change risk assessment changing from increased back to stable. Now, I know we've discussed that this morning, the risk within the workshop this morning, but I did just want to note to you that the risk thresholds still remain the same. They still remain out of tolerance, both at pre-mitigation and post-mitigation. The assessment of stable is really a reflection the reflection of management that the risk is being appropriately considered and monitored over this current quarter and in the current environment, the current political context. So all other risk statuses remain unchanged for the quarter. And the last point I just want to draw your attention to is the risk management work program that you'll find on page 160.
We provided this piece to you for information, just to let you know the intended work program over the next 3 years, where we look to review the foundation documents that underpin risk management, start to work on some effective processes and embed those within the organisation and to increase our maturity and capabilities within the organisation. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jane? Thank you for the this morning as well. Do we have questions here? Observations for Ms. Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at sort of the space we're at with the new government and the conversations that perhaps are taking place. And it's probably a slightly broader context than this, but I'm just wondering how we might be mitigating the unbudgeted mandates that we got from our previous government as we are moving into dealing with a new government.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. I'm just wondering if somebody in the ELT would like to talk to that more. It's probably a conversation that doesn't necessarily sit at my level.
We're talking risk.
How long have we got? Look, on behalf of the ELT, I'd have to just say, look, it's incredibly complicated. There are unfunded mandates that were handed down which haven't been removed. There's a thrust for removing bureaucracy and bureaucrats, which is enormously popular, but is also going to have a feeling going to get tied up with the things that are expecting to get done were being done by those people. I think there's a desire for certainty, and the best that we're going to be able to do is attempt some clarity around the fact that it is changing. The signals that are informally being sent from Wellington aren't the same as the ones that are formally being put through in legislation, and that it's an incredibly challenging time to be setting a path with purpose for any organisation, let alone local government. So you are absolutely right to raise it as an issue for us all. On any specific matter, we sometimes know the answer and sometimes we don't. Where we know it, we're implementing it as fast as we can. Where we suspect it but we can't yet act on it, we're obviously bringing it into our thinking. That's about the best that we can do.
Sarah? Any other questions or comments, observations? Yes, Rob.
Just a comment further to that, there's some work being done as a sector to actually quantify the unfunded mandate as well to help leverage the allocations back. So there is some work being done in that space.
Any other comments folk would like to make? Sarah?
I just had one other question, and that was around the progress on appointing the dedicated risk analyst.
Well, that you're looking at it, I think, at the moment. I'm taking that role is now become a full-time focus. So that's the role that I'm currently undertaking. So that's enabled us to propose the work program to look at what we can do to actually increase our maturity and actually give dedicated thought into this area.
Just to tie up one or two ends, from the workshop this morning, I think we had a good discussion around climate change, and I think we need to keep that somewhere near the top of our agenda, Jane. I think you've more than know that, and that's not inconsistent with both the workshop but also what we have got in our report here. I just noted paragraph 49, my comment that we're now in El Nino conditions, which may well mean rain. And I mentioned that Hawke's Bay thing, that the lesson from my colleague Hastings is council is think your worst and double it. If that's what they experienced, then I am worried. No, worried might be an overstatement, but I'm cautious that actually we can be optimistic that we know to get once here. And of course we need to be in cahoots and collaboration with our friends in the district. So I appreciate that. Hey, I think we have an emergent risk. I say this, it's nice to read there's no emergent risk, but I actually think I would disagree. But that's not a problem. It's actually, this is the benefit of having short focus around our risk. I've said under health and safety that I think staff are in a stressed, the environment of working within local government, I don't mean Southland, but working in local government is stressful, it's uncertain, and we've got to deal with ambiguity. I actually think an emergent risk is actually how do we as a governance group retain tight leadership. Because actually the LTP is not the issue, in my view. I've probably said this to a number of you, Rob. The real issue is Three Waters. Because our LTP is going to show Three Waters in year 10. If we still have waters in year 10, we're in trouble. My sort of black and white view, and I think we'd have to be very careful about this. So what is actually the really big strategic issue across the sector is actually what is the credible way to sustainably fund and deal with Three Waters. And we've got less than 12 months to come up with a plan. And the plan generally involves getting to collaborate with our neighbours. And I know there's the Otago Southland stuff that you said, that's going on. Given my commitments elsewhere, I wonder how easily that's going on. We only have 12 months. As the government, this is not a political statement. It's has put the challenge to the sector. What's your solution? They haven't said what they would do if we can't come up with a solution. I suspect it's a bit more drastic than, oh, okay, we'll give you more time. So while we're having to focus here, and I think the LTP, the CD, will be real challenging for us with our community, we've also got this need, and it's a question of bandwidth, actually, in the first instance of both councillors in particular, to actually handle with the intellectual and the real needs around how do we focus Three Waters going forward. So I'm going to drop that in there, but actually I think an emergent risk is actually how, what's our bandwidth as a governance group to be able to deal with this now? We're all tired. So what's our capacity to really drive for a solution? Or else the solution will be given to us. Now that might be a strategy we want to hold. Let the government tell us what we want. But if we do that, we will live with that and we'll get what we wish for. My argument would be around this table, don't settle for that. That's not determining the future for your community. So look, it's a bit of a big issue, and I don't know the venue, and I don't think this is necessarily the venue to talk through what is the way to address that risk. But I just want to put it out there that I think, to me, this is the biggest issue. I think if we can't find the right answers, I'm not certain what the government does in 3 years' time. I've been that dark or black about it, but I think we'll still be here. Don't worry. But I don't think a no answer or a non-solution in less than 12 months' time is the answer. So to me, this is the big strategic risk. Three Waters and our government's bandwidth. Engage in that.
And affordability as well.
Yeah, it comes back to affordability and all that sort of drama. So look, I pass that one on as my observation from around the country. In the Three Waters area, I sense councils are picking winners in who they want to be in, who they want to work with. And I have one at the moment that describes themselves as an orphan. And they are, and I won't tell you which one that is. And that's because people think, oh, your pipes are terrible, or oh, you aren't, you've got a lot of socially deprived areas. Well, we don't want you. So, this is a really big issue, because the only people at the moment that can solve that is the sector, us. So yeah, that's probably the end of the sermon for me. I've been very pushback is you're welcome. I just want to get this in here as a conversation piece, Rob. and say that as as in the sort of the near term, if we haven't worked out at a governance level what's our strategy around Three Waters, I'd like to suggest that we better work on that pretty hard, pretty fast. I'll leave it at that because, again, I'm been repeating myself and you've heard enough from me. I think the other thing that interests me, again, from a governance, and I put this largely under risk, is it's easy elsewhere, but city deals.
I'm sorry.
City deals. The new way in which the government it's easy when you're dealing with growth and you're thinking about economic drivers. And if I sit in Tauranga, you positive vibe, yada, 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 the idea of city deals is a lot easier. But it's the way in which this government is demonstrating a level of comfort of working with local government. So again, that comes back, this is a governance issue. Is this way of working with the government valuable, which actually, by the way, happens at a regional level? Again, comes back to what's our capacity to collaborate, just as much as it is with Three Waters. And my strong argument is if that's not where our focus is and we're worried about down here, we will miss the boat. So look, I'm open to a reaction on that one. You're welcome to have a crack at me. Paul, you can tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm not at all. But just talking water, I think part of our ongoing strategy perhaps needs to be closer interaction with our communities about the topic. And I'm quite our own Edendale Wyndham area where we had water restrictions imposed last October because of concern about the level of the aquifer. Well, now we're in March and we've heard no update about that. I'd say most people have forgotten about it. You're not allowed to hose before 6 in the morning and after 7 at night or something. Well, it's dark then now anyway. So I think we need to keep in touch with areas better. And I wouldn't actually have a clue what the aquifer is doing either. So,
Yes, it's the future costs issues of Three Waters that will stymie us. It could be where we are at the moment, so I don't necessarily say. Okay, that's a bit of a party killer, isn't it, that I've raised there. No, Matt.
Just to clarify on one of the things you were mentioning with the climate change, were you suggesting that we keep increasing rather than going to stable? Were you suggesting that, Edmund?
Look, no. I don't know what. I think I said to Jane, I don't know what rating to put on it. Okay,
that's one of the changes.
I mean, I'm not certain at this point from a straight risk management sort of discipline, Matt, whether there's a lot of value in putting a grade on it, unless that means we then don't do anything. I mean, I think the point is we need to do the stuff that you're doing clearly through the regional work, the other stuff that we've talked about, understanding, or reaffirming the limb thing, all that sort of drama clearly says we need to keep moving on the issue, Matt. So all I'm saying is we need to keep moving, and I think I really was trying to invite Jane to say, don't wait for 2 years to bring this issue back, put it that way, but don't wait 2 years to bring this back as a deep dive.
Well, I personally feel that the shift between increasing to stable based on the workshop, based on the discussions, based on what you were just saying, it isn't necessarily the risk level shift that should happen, and I'd support keeping it where it was. The other question, just on what you're saying with the waters, it's so confusing sitting around the stable coming up 2 years now, and it's how to have those conversations detached from the business as usual procedural side of things, get through the long-term plan. When does a council as a strategic and direction setting group get to talk that big sky long-term plan and that adaptation? We know what the functions of the future of water is, the CCTO option, and just how that looks, who that work with, who takes the lead on getting it set up and coordinating who wants to be part of it. Like it just needs an entity to step up and get on with it. And if that's the direction that this council wants to set, then let's just get on with those conversations.
I'm wanting to, my comments were ones, and I was putting it clearly around this table, not on management. Actually, we have to work out as a governance group, what is our approach?
We just need
Because
some
you're
more
saying it's a strategic issue, so I don't think we'll solve that today.
No.
My point is, do it fast.
We need to put something on the books that we sit to have these chats, because it's too easy to get caught up with the reports delivered and responding to those.
Now, in fairness to Rob, I didn't tell him I was going to say this, by the way, so I'm not going to ask you to say, when are you going to deal with it, Rob? I just want to reflect that and you might say, well, we disagree with Bruce. I'm comfortable with that. Well, no, I'm not comfortable with that, because I would, I'm arguing the cause, but you guys need to make it. Yes, Cameron.
I just wouldn't mind commenting on that. I think, in fairness to you as councillors, you had virtually no choice until the repeal of the legislation that was driving local government over the last 3.5 years that I've been involved in this role. So right up until October, you were losing Three Waters. That was done, and most of the RMA functions were going away as well. With the reversal of that legislation, council was back to having a choice about what its future might be. The challenge, though, in starting that strategic conversation is none of us yet know what those options are, because at the moment we've only got an indication. So CCTOs might form part of the Three Waters answer, but it will only form a part of it. The situation is way more complicated than just the either delivery structure or the debt structure or the governance structure. So I actually, despite the difficulties, I think council's in a far better position than it was, because actually you do have a choice. They're mostly bad choices. I'm absolutely serious. The chair has talked about the significance of the waters being back as a sole council responsibility, even shared. The difficulty around that is that it will consume so much resource that actually your other choices will be gone. The ability to deal with any other shocks will be gone. That's part of that challenge. So I actually feel, in a way, it's the most exciting opportunity you've had and certainly in the time since you've been elected. Picking that path, though, is immensely challenging, particularly given that there's so many of the things, and even in this morning's conversations, that are interrelated, like resource management, like environment, like the actual activities that you're mandated to do, they're all interconnected. And so it is going to be quite a challenge to work out what is it that you want for Southland. And ironically, we're going to do an LTP that's, as usual, out of time in that process. But I actually do want to, as soon as we've got any sort of clarity, I'd like to run with you a strategic session on actually where should we go, now that you have some choices.
That's encouraging to hear. And you make a very good point. I was just thinking about this, in terms of the Act, this would all be dealt with through the LTP, but the problem is the LTP is so totally out of sync with actually the current political context we're in. So it is I'm glad you said it's exciting, but it requires a commitment. I mean, I think my point is the council as a governance unit to actually engage it, because actually we need to, otherwise we don't. Just Tom.
Thank you, Bruce, and encouraged by the conversation that you've introduced here. We don't know much about the way we need to manage the water in the future, but we do know that based on current projections, this council will be hitting the ceiling of its debt or its borrowing capability in the years ahead. We also know that the ratepayers, a lot of them, are already struggling with rates at today's level. So it would be pretty important, I would think, for this council to think about the way that it manages the water. And I'm just wondering if Cameron has had any feedback from government around this discharging water to land, because I understand that's a big part of these cost increases for the water Is that likely to change, Cameron? Is it?
Through you, no advice on that. There's no concrete changes to legislation that are in place at the moment.
Because it's talked in the corridors.
Right.
And the corridors are broad and many, but whether they're informed is a different story.
Well, then perhaps part of the strategy for this council will be looking at ways to fund that with perhaps asset sales and other possibilities around that. So I'm looking forward to that conversation, which Chief Executive suggests coming up. So.
Thanks, Bruce. I think having spent a bit of time last week with fellow mayors from up and down the South Island and some ministers as well, I think it's incredibly prudent that we do recognise this as a core risk, because it actually underpins the future of local government, because it's such a key part of the nationwide problem. And I had an argument with a journalist a couple of weeks ago about our debt position, because according to him we were in a good debt position at $21 million. And I said $21 million for 20,000 ratepayers. You put it into perspective that way, it's a different kind of picture. And that's the government at the moment, whilst they've reversed the reforms, I don't think they quite understand the problem that we're all facing. They're going to learn pretty quickly, but I think it's important, like Bruce said, that we do actually drive what's going to work for us. But the current solutions of CCTO, and I referred to it in the previous meeting, it's just tidying your room by putting everything in the wardrobe. The debt's still going to be there, the repayments are still going to be there, and that's what I was saying to this journalist around, we've got actually capacity to borrow right now, but we've got to pay it back. And that actually, and then a 1% shift in an interest rate can have a significant effect on our rates going forward as well. So we're not alone in the problem, but even talking about defining the problem with the fellow mayors, even in Otago, Southland, we're struggling to come into an agreement on what a combined solution might look like, because when you look at the way the reforms changed through its iterations from 3 waters to the affordable waters, which for us incredibly unaffordable with the 10 entities when we were holding hands with everyone in the same position as us, to now local water's done well. But the answer that we got from the minister last week was, if we can't come up with a viable solution, they're going to come at us with a stick. What that stick looks like, I don't know, and they say it might force us to partner up with a fellow council. But if that fellow council is in exactly the same position, and I referred to this last week, you're holding hands with your neighbour and you're jumping off the cliff together, it doesn't help the ratepayer at all. So it's actually, when you look at all the risks that we've got in front of us, this is actually probably one of the most significant ones that we're facing right now, and we do need to Matt's point, actually sit down as a governance group and strategise a bit as to what direction we're going to lead this in for our ratepayers who we represent. And affordability is the key, and that hasn't been discussed at all in any of these things that are coming through in the discussion on the legislation. Is the elephant in the room, which is the affordability of it all.
So as it stands today, Rob, do you see a collaboration with our neighbours as an opportunity or a risk?
Both.
Same side of the coin.
You just got to have a look.
Same side of the coin, sorry.
You just got to have a look at the neighbour that's closest to you and the amount of debt that they're having to take on, and the neighbour that's Gore as well. And the Cargill's in a okay position debt-wise, but yeah, it's we've all got the same kind of problem. So do we compound the problem by joining together, or are we able to solve it? And that's what we've got to actually look at, is what can we do as a sector nationwide to find. And I mean, it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all, as we've proven through all these iterations of the reform, but there's a one problem that fits all. We've just got to work out what solution.
I mean, there's got to be a certain amount of pressure on central government at the moment to get this over the line as quickly as possible, right? So they've got to come up with some pretty creative solutions to help us with regard to that.
Yes, but the stress at the moment is we've got to come up with what we think is a sustainable solution. I think, can I say, this is a right conversation, but I probably don't have the time here, sorry Don, to take it further. What I would have a wee bit of right to make comment, because it's my experience. Matt, you've said this is really long-term thinking. And my experience of looking at water is you have to think long-term. You raised a really important point. raise a really key point about all the others that are around the place. And that's short term. So I'm not accusing you of short term thinking, but it's short term because of the position they're in. And this is the problem of leadership in Three Waters politically, is that we become very tribal to our own area. When we start looking at Invercargill or Gore or Queenstown or whoever is in potential. And believe you me, I've been involved in one before where it broke down simply because a deputy mayor said of a next door neighbour council, I don't trust those buggers. Those were his literal words, and the vote failed. And it's because we think this way. So actually, Matt, I want to endorse what you said. This is true long-term thinking, which we've got to get into.
You can replace the word waters with transport too.
Exactly. Yeah, well, it's a really good point. Okay, look, I'm sorry, Don, did you have a very quick comment you wanted to make, or can I?
Oh, I just wanted to know what the latest cost estimate on the Winton water scheme is.
Well, that's a question for later on. It's not going to be answered. It's not going to be answered here, mate. So thank you for that. But it might even prove the point perhaps.
You updated your numbers.
So Jane, I wanted to remind you just have a minute on one other matter, which is so well done in terms of the role. Can you just, is there anything you want to talk about the risk management work program, if you'd like that endorsed? We've focused a lot on actually the risk, but is there anything around the work program you want to raise or comment on at the moment?
Well, it's something I'm quite excited about. I think it's a real opportunity for council to actually give some dedicated focus to this, and I'm hopeful that we can actually make some really good gains quickly. We've already made a really good start. We've got some good documents already underpinning our risk management, but this is a good opportunity for us to review them, make sure that we're comfortable with that they're doing what they need to do. It's an opportunity. These documents will come past you. I'll be looking at the policy with you later on today. The risk management framework, risk appetite statements, is a really good opportunity for us to get a good foundation to move forward from. So the work program is really just passed to you today for information, and certainly if there's any feedback, we'll happily accept it. This is something that's gone through management, and it's just really letting you know the progress that we're planning.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate that. And I just want to reflect as your independent chair. I'm going to, thank you to you, but I'm also going to real sense that ELT are engaged in this. Appreciation to ELT that actually there is some credibility being given to risk management generally, which is important. Can we move to the recommendations, please, then, which is that we receive. Oh, sorry. The other thing, and Matt's raised, I was making a resolution on this today, but I mean, he's arguing, I agree with you, by the way, Matt, that climate change isn't stable. But that's not it. I'll let you take that on advice when you go back to ELT and others, and you might work out what you want to do or not. Okay, so look, we need to receive the report. We need to note the work, the management work program 24-27. We'll move in a second, please. Thank you, Margie, and thank you. Oh, thank you very much. First thing, I'll put the motions, please. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, I hope we didn't have that time for the health and safety. We spent quite a bit of time on health and safety, so hopefully that's given some sense for what we missed out of the workshop.
Fantastic. No, that's great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Right, we're into a couple of key matters, I think, which, am I right that we're up to the infrastructure? No, we're not. No, we're not. I keep doing that, don't I? I keep trying to go
You want to jump to it?
one first.
Excited.
Sorry, Teresa, my mistake. We've got a very important report, which is the report up to the 31 Jan date. Please, working hands, please.
So I'm presenting the financial report for the period ended 31st January 24, just to provide you with an overview of the financial results for the first 7 months. The operating income for the 7-month period to 31st January is 1.6, which is 2% above projection. So it's 72.7 million actuals versus 71.1 million projection. And the breakdown of that can be found on page 170. Sorry, I should have said I'm taking this report as being read as well. Sorry. The operating expenditure for the 7 months is 819,000, which is 1% below projection for the period to date, which is 79 million actual versus 80 million projection, and those the breakdown of that can be found on pages 171 to 172. For capital expenditure for the 7 months to 31st of January is 1 million or 6% under projection, which is 16.4 million actual versus 17.4 million projection. Resources, corporate services and sewage capital spend is below projection due to the timing of the projects. Stormwater and water supply capital costs are above projection due to projects being completed earlier or ahead of schedule, and transport capital costs are 1% under projection overall, with a range of overs and unders which can be found on page 174. But overall, the capital program is progressing well. We're currently undertaking a forecast, and the results of that will be brought to you in the April financial insurance meeting. And also regarding the LGF&A, we have the paperwork. We're talking to LGF&A around the monies to be drawn down from the next bond tender that they're undertaking. And lastly, there was questions at this was taken to the council on the 6th of March, and there was questions at the 6th of March from Councillor Keast and Councillor Menzies regarding this report. This is still being worked on, and it's just been delayed due to Blue Cliffs and the LTP, but we are working on those questions to get back to them. Mr. Chairman.
Do we have questions at all for Teresa? Yes, Don.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Teresa. Is this new policy to invest in the share market, is that reflected in this, the first tranche? Is that reflected in this financial statement?
I'll give that to Anne.
Mr. Chair, the comment from the last meeting is still relevant. So we've got the paperwork all ready. The Chief Executive and I just have to sign it, and we've been talking to LGFA about the monies that we need to draw down. So that'll happen in the next instalment. So yes, we are continuing on the approach of the investment strategy.
All right, thank you, Anne.
Teresa, perhaps related to that, I was just looking at the cash flows. We'd anticipated by this stage a 27 million drawdown out on term loans. Is this while we wait for the conversion, or is it the fact that we have been able to fund capital without recourse to page? Sorry, I should be correct. Page 179. I'm just looking at the budget. $27 million increase in term loans, and we've got no actual. I understand and the reasons why.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just at this point in time, a lot of it is also due to the fact that the program's still getting through, so we're managing to cope from our rates.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
So
it's only
project.
we're delaying the debt assumption because we're able to fund it out of current cash flows. Look, one of the other things that Teresa, I'd just like you to look at is we still retain PwC as our advisors around debt, correct?
Yes, we do, yeah.
I would be used to seeing with this report, the PwC, I presume they generate a monthly report for you on debt and our debt covenants. You don't get that from them?
Yeah, we've got the access to it.
Can I suggest you append it to the report, because it's got those key metrics which, as we're learning, are very relevant to our like revenue, our interest ratio, our interest debt, our risk management policy, in other words, fixed debt versus floating rates, and obviously maturity. There are the standard ones that they have. Actually, as a finance committee, I say more appropriate, the risk committee, we should be aware we were at relative really, I'm just asking for a replication of whatever you drag out of PwC.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're also just, that's one of our jobs to do, is to develop a template up as well, because one of the things you've asked for us to do is before we put every quarter instalment in, or request it from LGFA, that we actually come back to you to seek approval.
Did I ask for that?
Well, the committee did.
Okay, right.
The committee did in totality, because we're doing it in 8 instalments, if you remember rightly.
Yeah.
And so we had to seek that approval. So part of it was also incorporating this stuff here. So it definitely is. We've just got to sit down and get a bit of space, and we'll.
Great. When's your forecast complete? Sorry, I didn't quite get
The forecast has currently been undertaken and it'll be brought to the FNA about the 24th, that meeting, the 24th
the one that we're on the 24th of April. Right. That'd be great. It's a good time to see it.
Yeah.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. A quick question, Teresa. What is investment in associates? Page 178.
They're the investments that we have in like WasteNet. We've got a couple of others as well. So we invest with ICC and that and WasteNet. So that's what those are.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it an asset? No. Sorry, joking. Feel free. I should ask those questions probably. Okay, cool. Is that okay, Tom? Happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, well,
It's the accounting, it's
breakdown of
the accounting treatment to reflect this.
I mean, I can go and, sorry, WasteNet just pops to my head, but there are like, I think there's about 3.
Civic Assurance.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Milford Sound Tourism shares.
Yep. Yep.
Just the accounting recognition that we have a level of interest in those entities.
Yeah.
Yes, Paul.
Just with, I see the LGFA bonds on page 180. So we've got 2 lots of 210,000 at interest rates of just over 3%, which mature one in 2036 and the other one in 2035. Is that correct? And do we have to see that term out, do we?
Correct, we do. So we have to invest those monies in when we borrow. So they're in line with our borrowings, and they give us a small amount of interest on them.
Okay.
Basically, it's just to help them have some liquidity in their business.
The other two are better, aren't they, at 5.48?
Yeah.
You do?
So look at the external borrowings, 8.4 at 35 and 3.45. Imagine if we were rolling that tomorrow. Make us up. Okay, Brent, any other questions that folk would like to raise? That's, by the way, why Paul, I'd like to see the PDUP, just their summary, which is I think don't try and make more clear than that. We can perhaps have a short session what it's saying, but it's actually pretty crystal clear. Okay, look, from the chair, I'd like to move that we receive the report. Do we have a second, please? Tom, thank you, appreciate that. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. Oh, okay, rightio.
Thinking about that.
Am I allowed to tell jokes around here, or I've got to be a bit more serious in my meeting today, haven't I? Sorry. Of course, we'll stop for lunch. So, look, Anne has suggested that while we need to have a good discussion around the financial and infrastructure strategy, it might be useful to start that off by actually looking at item 7.10 first. Robin, I hope you can be flexible like that and talk about the updated long-term timeline. Are you comfortable with that?
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're on item 7.10, it's the last item before we take a break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Finance and Assurance Committee, I'm presenting the report seeking endorsement to extend the long-term plan timeline through to the end of August 2024. I'll take the report as read, but would like to step through the updated timetable with the committee, if that's okay. The committee will be aware that the repeal of the waters legislation in February, there has been a need to review budgets, policies, strategies and activity management plans to include water assets back into the life of the LTP. This work has delayed the preparation of the LTP as staff are working to get the balance right on what needs to be done in terms of managing our water assets while working with what's affordable for our ratepayers. We had some of those discussions this morning. With the addition of the water assets, the RTP team are looking to slow down the process, essentially, making sure the information presented is clear and understandable for our communities. Can I ask, please, for the committee to turn to page 266 of the agenda? You should find the timetable at that page there. The updated timetable is also adding seeking to add some dates into diaries, and I'll work through those changes now. Auditors Deloitte will begin the audit process of the supporting documents online in the week after Easter, before being here starting the 15th of April. And we'll be working, as Teresa was talking about this morning with the annual plan, we'll be working with the auditors to get as much information online into the portal ahead of them being here. So getting, working as efficiently as we can there. We're seeking to add an additional finance and assurance meeting on the 24th of April. And that is for the purpose of bringing the remaining activity management plans through to the committee for endorsement, along with any other supporting documents that are still to be endorsed by the committee. Following that meeting, the auditors, Deloitte will complete the audit of the supporting documents and the consultation document. On the 15th of May, which is a current council meeting, the RTP team are looking to seek adoption of all of the supporting documents, along with a consultation document for our consultation period. The consultation period is proposed for the 22nd of May to the 21st of June. Submissions and hearings for the first week in July. There is a council meeting already set for the 3rd of July. The team is suggesting to add the 1st and the 2nd of July for the submissions and hearings, allowing the 3 days in that week, really looking to demonstrate a transparent process for our residents and ratepayers. We're also looking to add the following Monday, the 8th of July, to hold our deliberations meeting, so that giving some time for staff to prepare. The team is then seeking another additional finance and insurance meeting on the 24th of July. And that will be presenting auditors' reports, our draft RTP, all those things, with a final adoption of RTP 34 on the 21st of August 2024. As noted in the exec summary of the report, with the extension of the LTP, the only policy to extend is the development and financial contributions policy. The other policies that we need to work through, the revenue and financing rates remission policies, will need to be consulted on, submissions and hearings and deliberations completed by the end of June. So we will need to work that into the timeline. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Sally, to talk us through the implications of rates around moving the timeline.
So just standardly with rates, we collect over 4 quarters. We usually go August, November, February and May. Obviously, if we're going to shift this, approving this gets done in conjunction with the LTP, the rates resolution, so the timing of that may shift. There is something in the Act that would allow you to set an invoice on a first instalment, but it would be based on last year's amounts and last year's people. Administratively and technically, that's quite an interesting way to go down. It's not a recommendation that I'd like to put here, but I would still like to do the 4 quarters. And with the statutory timelines, if we met on 21st of August and everything got adopted, we could do a first instalment due date at the end of September. So they would still get a first instalment, but it would be like a month later than what its standard would be. And then you'd keep the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and that would keep you time with your other council and the regional council that does that November date. So there is a very short turnaround in a first and a second. But your option is to do 3 instalments, but they would make really big if you tried to keep those same dates. So that's sort of what we've put in here. But we also sort of put a question in about penalties. So standardly we do 4 penalties after your 4 instalments. With pushing out that first instalment, there's a very tight turnaround between 1 and 2 as well. So it's considering if that is something we'd still like to go down that track, or that's something you might want to look at possibly changing this year as well. They're just with the implementations of this delay. So the information is there. We'd look at comms and making sure everyone was aware of it. We've got a couple of things in place to make sure direct debits still happen. Rates rebate forms that come out in July still go out, still come in. We can process all that sort of stuff. Nothing else would have a flow onto the ratepayers. And we'd just try and communicate this really well, what we decide to do.
Thank you. So we have a couple of options that following the Waters repeal legislation, and those being that we can extend the LTP for up to 3 months to be completed by the end of September. And we can also defer the LTP for 12 months. Staff are suggesting that option 1 extending for the 3 months and to work to be completed by the end of August is our preferred option. I'll hand back to you, Mr. Chairman, for questions.
Sure, that's really superb. So I think we should perhaps just take that in 2 bites, if we could, with comment. Firstly, on the principle and actually the detail of moving our LTP out to effectively 31 August. We're essentially saying 30 September, I think is what you're saying, but 31 August is the date that we want to nail and land this by. It means we still do a full LTP. It still means we have an audit of the LTP, which I think is important to have third-party assurance. It gives community incredible time to discuss with us what is quite a fundamental LTP, albeit, previous discussions could change a bit pretty quickly, and then get it adopted in time. I guess now I'm about to break my let's deal with this. Still enabling us to have 4 instalments in a normal fashion going forward. So, any questions on the timetable or the idea of deferring out to 31 August? Yes, Christine.
I'm happy with the deferral out to the end of August. I'm just looking at that adoption of the LTP on the 21st of August. What would be the impact if that's a week later?
They shouldn't.
Shelley, to achieve the rates. It will be tight. We have to have a 14-day turnaround to the ratepayer having the notice to when they pay. So to make the pay date for the final Friday of September, it is a very, very tight turnaround with nothing going wrong to achievable just.
Okay, and the week before is problematic as well?
No, 21st, 100%.
The week before that?
So the week before,
the 14th will be,
yeah. So when we were working through the timeline, we were trying to allow enough time for staff to get reports or any further information, building a bit of a buffer in there, but we could go back and look at.
The reason I'm asking is the LGNZ National Conference is on the 21st, which would mean probably not worthwhile going to that at all, and that could be the outcome, but just if it's possible to look at a different day there.
Thank you. It's a really practical point. Yes, Rob?
Just the other, and like I noticed that one councillor's got a leave of absence over a lot of July. Last year we actually had a dry July where we didn't have any meetings, and people may have planned around a similar approach this year, and we seem to be filling up July a lot. So just whether that, I'm just asking, I guess, on behalf of the councillors, what their appetite is to follow that.
Yeah, so there would be, 2 meetings in July, correct? There'd be was it 3? No, you've got deliberations. Sorry, so quite a full start. There'd be the F&A at the end of July.
The meeting already set in calendars for the 3rd of July. That's there already. We're suggesting an additional on the 24th of July and adding in the 1st and the 2nd and the 8th hearings and deliberations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the issue that we have is we're not too sure how many submissions we receive. So that one on the 8th of the 8th is there just in case we need it, but it's something that we might not need. But last time we did about 3 days worth of submissions, and the time before I think we only did about 2. So, Councillor Groening.
Thank you. Are we talking about the 8th to the 7th though?
8th of the 8th.
Typo here.
Oh, yes, sorry, it is the 8th.
So it's 3rd of the
July, the
7th. Agenda out for 8th of the 7th.
Yeah, 8th of the 7th.
And 8th of
Thank
the
you.
7th for deliberations.
Thank you.
Matt, I think you have
I was just checking with Rob, were you referring to myself being on the 25th? I can zoom in on the 8th, so that I'm on leave of absence, but I'll be available for things if that date comes up.
I'll probably be away for July too. I haven't put my leave of absence in.
It was only the 17th of July that I was.
Okay. Look, I think I think at this stage we're going to have to say well, we need to make a decision about the plan, by the way, but I think it sounds like the general consensus is, subject to Derek and Matt and anybody else that might be thinking I've had time to be away, we will run with this. And in fact, the criticality of that end date of at least on or before the 21st for your purposes, Shelley, is really important. We need to be aware of that. But you can't set the rates, you just never adopt the LTP. And the 25% idea is just murder, isn't it? Because actually, let's assume you get a 14% increase. You can't put that 14% increase onto the first instalment. It's going to come over the subsequent three, so it artificially increases the level of the rate instalment. More trouble. Okay, that's fine. So we've got a sense that we're going to go there. We're going to come back to the motion. Can I just look at the flow-on effects from that, which is essentially a decision by us around changing the instalment dates. The probable key one there that sits in there is the penalties, as you mentioned, Shelley, that actually on the first instalment we would not impose what would otherwise be a normal penalty for somebody that's not paying, that's recognising the delay and the shortness of time between this and the second instalment, correct? Correct. Right. Okay. And the fact that I must confess I haven't gone back to my statutes, I'm struggling with this, but it's not one that I need to be advised of at the moment. We have to adopt a new revenue and financing policy for 1 July. We can't do that along with the LTP. Right.
The legal advice is that we may have to consult and get that adopted.
Right. So we're going to have to do a little separate procedure in the middle of all of this to get these changes through in our revenue and financing policy and have it adopted by 30 June this year. Right.
Can I just ask a question? Yeah. Just on that penalty, just thinking logically, it might be the second one that people might struggle to pay because the first one they'll pay that first, and the second one's closer. So
you say that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as much as putting penalties on is just a standard thing, it's more the fact that the benefit of putting the penalty letters out and letting people know is the misallocation of money, or it's the I didn't get the notice, or I didn't do that sort of thing. So after we put the penalty on, we usually do a letter out to everyone, and that's when we get a lot of feedback rather than just trying to go out and revenue collect and all that sort of stuff. So the turnaround from me putting penalty on to the data going away for that second instalment is a week. So I lose all my perceived benefits to the ratepayers of not applying it because there's been payment issues or delivery issues or all that sort of thing. Whereas the second one, they know the date, the November's always going to be there, and it's the timing of that is always sort of there, if you know what I mean. So I can still do the letters and the reminders and all those sorts of things. I just lose that between September and October was why I perhaps sort of there. But it is definitely a flow on of a loss of revenue, I suppose. So that's definitely your call about what you want to do there.
I'm just thinking.
Okay, righty, okay. You're allowed to think of this through. Yes, Christine.
I just note some other councils have that short time frame. QLDC is one. They generally have first rate instalment at the end of September and then the next one in November. So there may be other councils that do that as well. Not that we're looking to do that as a matter of course. So
I think let's be clear, if I can be blunt, Shelley, you need relief from not having to impose a penalty to be able to achieve this timeline when we get compressed.
No, I can still, no, 100% I can put penalties on and do it in the timeline. Not a problem at all. Administratively, I can put them on and charge them and do this. Yeah.
But the rationale for not doing it is?
Just the perceived benefits, just the change of the one date that everyone knew all these years, the increase it's probably going to get that people probably haven't quite got there to pay on time because of the timing, and the direct debits are still going to happen and all those sort of things, but people may not have changed their APs and all that sort of stuff. I can argue it either way personally about putting it on or not, so it was purely how to know to plan my life. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't. No. If you felt like I was picking on you with somebody for your convenience, so that might have been a bit crass.
No, happy to do whatever you guys want.
Okay, so it is genuinely one that we could go either way. So we're going to test that with a resolution, I suppose. Any other questions folk would like to raise around the changing around the instalment
So just in terms of the resolution with D, are you indicating that you'll come back with the proposed date? Does that mean that resolution will need to make either previous date? I understand you'll see if it can be earlier.
Can we change that to adoption of the long-term plan by 21 August? That makes sense, Christine, because that means we're going to have to set a resolution that gives a bit of flexibility. We just know that 21 August. Is that okay, Rachel? If we were to change it to long-term plan, adoption of long-term plan by 21 August 2024. Any other comments? Thank you for that, Christine. Very helpful. Yes, Julie.
Me, I'm still a bit confused about because the 8th of July is required council meeting for LTP deliberations in the page 266. It's definitely, no, sorry.
Yeah, 267.
It's saying.
That's a typo. Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's a typo. Councillor, it should say the 8th of the 7th.
Yeah, the table's out by a month, Julie.
The table is out.
Yes. The resolution's got the correct date. The table needs to be corrected. Any other comments? Sorry,
I was just about to say there's just 2 lines on that table that's wrong.
Oh, 2 of them.
Yeah, because the rest of them are fine. It's
Yeah.
just that date, the background papers are completed.
Okay. Yeah,
Should be the
agenda,
3rd of the
agenda
7th,
for
the
the
8th of the 7th, and then the deliberation should be the 8th of the 7th. And then everything else works. Yeah.
All right, so look, let's just go through that then. So we're going to, so D is essentially dealing with the first issue, that we will delay the adoption of the audited long-term plan for on the 21st of August this year. Where E is saying we're going to have to acknowledge that we need some extra meetings, and we also talked about potential for absences or Zooming. We haven't dealt with the fees and charges. Sorry, if I can be honest, Robin, is there any comment that we should make about those? I knew there was an item that was sitting in my head we haven't dealt with.
Yep, through you. So we just wanted to have it indicated in there that we still plan to set the fees and charges of 1 July that we standardly always do. Fees and charges aren't under the same act as the rates and don't need the same resolutions recommended by council after the annual plan and all that.
It needs a revenue and financing policy.
Which we're still hoping.
That's right, which is why we're going to do that. Okay, sorry, there's a pin dropped. I'm just slow today. Radio. So here is then the next one, which is the setting of the year in rates penalty in June separately from the full 24-25 rates resolution. Just take us through that, Shelley.
So that's every year we do the 4 penalties, and then on the 1st of July you do a penalty for the whole year that hasn't been paid. It's 10% on the total balance, so and technically you do 5 penalties a year, the 4 quarters and the one on the 1st of July. So I'm still planning to do that one on the 1st of July. That would normally just be done as the rates resolution with all the things together, but because that's going to happen a little bit later, I'm planning to do that resolution and bring it to the table in June, so we still hit that 1st of July penalty. So I just wanted to let you know that it's still planning to happen. It just comes separately with your fees.
Endorsing the continuation of that practice in relationship to the rates. We endorse and recommend council the setting of the 4 instalments in the way that we've discussed. Those dates I think are probably the ones you're after. And we endorse and recommend to council the setting of rates, penalties rates, essentially only on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th instalment. So this is the one that, as you're saying, Shelley, you could argue it either way, but it's perhaps a recognition that we're changing a very traditional date in the mind of people, and we don't want to penalise them for that change to the first instalment. Equally, and I think this is something that we could argue either way, and that we acknowledge that the revenue and financing policy and rates remission and payment policy will be considered and adopted by 30 June, which is coming back to the need to have a current revenue and financing policy in place to enable it. So look, how do folk want to take this? I mean, is somebody prepared to move all in one hit and we vote on one, or do people want me to deal with I separately? I is the one that we're swinging on in terms of actually it is a straight policy choice. I mean, it's all policy choice, but this is a real policy choice. Any thoughts? Yes, Christine?
I'm happy to move, and, but just subject to D being changed is
Yeah, to
around adoption
by.
of the report, should stay.
Okay.
And then if you go along to long-term plan by the 21st.
Thank you. Sorry, I should look behind me. Yes, so Christine's moved that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Margie. I appreciate that. Look, nobody wants me to treat I separately. In that case, I'll treat it as a whole. I'll put the motion, please. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Ron. We need you back after lunch. I think you're dealing with the strategies, if that's okay. It's Number one. How long do folk need? 20 minutes? Half an hour? What do you need?
Half an hour.
Half an hour? Okay, 1:15. Snappily. With purpose. We'll be back here.
Engage the active component.
Oh, but she's getting me lunch, so that actually is most critical. So, look, Rob, I take it I'd lead off with you, but we've got a good group of people here, so I suspect I need to hear three of you as well. So, pretty much in your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with colleagues up here today and Anne up at the front there, we're here to seek endorsement from the committee for the draft financial infrastructure strategies as supporting documents for the long-term plan. These documents, once endorsed, will be released to the audit team, Deloitte, and made available for the long-term consultation period. We will take the report as read. We're going to go through and present the financial strategy first, and Anne has got a presentation prepared on the screen, and then we will move in and talk about the infrastructure strategy as it comes up within that. Okay. So I'll hand over to you, Anne. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much. So I'm sure that you've all put your phones down overnight, and I'm sure that you've put the TV remotes away, and you've read this document cover to cover and thought, wow, awesome. This is such a major document. We're right into it. We know everything. Cool. Oh, well, this is going to make it really easy. But actually, in all honesty, the discussion this morning has actually brought out the issues that we're facing in regards to this financial strategy and infrastructure strategy. And so I believe that actually a lot of the stuff in here is not going to be new to you. It's going to be something that you're saying, hey, yes, we can see that, and now we can see how these all relate to each other. Okay. So what I wanted to just quickly do was do a little bit of the scene setting, particularly for people who are viewing this as well. This is a draft strategy, all right, so it forms part of the supporting information as Ron was highlighting. It's adopted as part of your LTP, which at this stage was on the 21st of August, subject to us reviewing that date. I think the main thing that we've always exist within our council is a small population with a very large asset base, and we don't get those economies of scale. So when we're talking about a sewage plant or a water plant or whatever, we've got like 19 or something different ones. So we're not getting the economies of scale in terms of the pumping or the pipes or anything like that. So that's one of the big issues that we have. And also that we've got this low growth projections. You know, we don't have the benefits often of some of the larger cities whereby they're actually gaining a larger population to contribute towards the cost of our infrastructure. It's a real issue for us. So then I just want to move on to since our last LTP, because in our last LTP, you know, we were indicating that there were still ongoing issues, but we were trying to not kick the can down the road, bring everything back in line, do what we needed to do. And then since that period, which was in 21, we've had some excessive inflationary pressure on our costs. And we've seen that through our valuations of our assets. We've seen that in the discussion that you had this morning in terms of the roading program and what your monetary amount now can buy in terms of work that needs to be completed, and therefore the impact that that's going to have on being able to maintain the levels of service that we previously had. And of course our contracted works as well, because all of our contractors are having pressures, so the contracted works are going up. On top of that, of course, we've been seeing the interest rate rises, which are always going to be going up and down. And the other major piece, which is actually impacting this LTP with the inclusion now of the 3 waters for 10 years and not the original 2 is those increasing environmental standards. And the principal one around that is the guys in Water and Waste told me yesterday was that National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, which is driving those environmental standards. So that's driving the improvements in our asset base. And it's, as the Chief Executive reminds me often, we don't have a problem with our assets. It's actually the improvements to those assets in the base that's causing us the issue. So what do we need to consider? So what we've got on the left is we need to think about our prudence. We need to think about sustainability. We need to equally allow for room for emergency events. And we did that previously through our debt profile. So we noted how much debt that we'd need over the 10-year period. We set a benchmark of 175% of our revenue, which was in line with our covenant with LGFA. But we had room. I think from memory it was like about, crikey, it's about 120. I can't remember. That's okay. And then we also have to think about meeting our community commitments. So what we've talked to them about and previously in terms of levels of service, what we're saying that we're wanting to do, and once again that's coming back to that roading. Then we have to meet that legislative statutory requirements. That is the thing that's driving a lot of our debt this time around for 3 waters, you know, because we have to remember we are fully funding our roading program at this stage. We always have been, and at the stage we still are. I mean, we've got bubbles in the future coming up, but we are meeting them from our current rates, and it's simply because they're so consistent year in, year out. And doing that, we need to balance our debt position, consider our ability to deliver our capital program, because that also is increasing dramatically because of those waters, and also the roading program. We need to balance our budget. So that's something, you know, that's about making sure that intergenerational equity is occurring. The people of today are paying for their costs. That's what we're aiming for. Remember back in 2015, the funding of depreciation was slowly being introduced. We had expected that our critical assets, being our waters and our roading, and a few of the other ones, were going to be 100% funded by now. This would be the first LTP. Remembering that part of the decision that we've made in the last year as part of the annual plan was to drop that back down to about 21 it was, drop it back down by 5%, just because of the affordability stance that it was leading to. And then consider the affordability of our rates and how we can manage those increases. Okay? If anyone's got any questions as we go, the people down the end of the table will answer them. That'll get pretty. So in terms of our strategy, what we've drafted in this document is we have to set some rates limit, and we also have to set that net borrowings limit. Okay. Now previously we had indicated in our last LTP 8%, and we set that across all the years, and we knew in the first few years we would never have got that, but it was a bit of pressure for us to do it. This time around, what I'm proposing at this stage is to lift our rates limits and gradually sort of phase them, recognising that of that 14%, I think it's right, Nicole, it's either 8 or 9% is due to depreciation increases in the 3 waters, just to get us to where we need to get to. Okay, so that's a big amount that we need to fund. But if we don't fund that, then of course we're not achieving that intergenerational side. And remembering, of course, we are still phasing it in as well. So it's only just getting us back to where we really were as part of the 21 plan. It's not really moving us a lot further forward. Maintaining our borrowings at 175%. I've just left that because that's covenant. You can lower it, but at this stage, I think you're best to leave it. If you wish to have more room, you can. You can get a credit rating, and that will increase it. But at this stage, we're still within that limit. And I'll show you later how much space we've got. Limiting our annual capital expenditure to 80 million. So this is one of the things that we are looking at in terms of helping to manage our borrowings and our rates affordability. that is still a huge increase in our program that we've been delivering, which has been around, Fran, 42 mil?
Yeah, 45 is what we're saying is our new normal this year.
So that's a large. Now there's two parts to that. One of them is the dollar increase, that the same amount of work is costing us more. The other part of it is actually the program of works, which is principally around the improvements, and Hartley has been informing you is around the roading program itself to get you back to where you needed to be for some of your assets. We're still looking to smoothen that depreciation funding, which we talked about. And there's this last part, which we sort of talked about informally, which was phasing out the funding of our wastewater interest from depreciation funding. So what was happening is that we were depreciating our assets. We were saying to everyone, you need to contribute to that depreciation because that's your use of that asset for the year. And then we turned around and we used that money for three things really. The first port of call is the principal repayments on your debt, because otherwise you have the population paying twice, because they'd pay through depreciation and then they'd be paying the debt repayments. The second part of it was the interest. We did it for wastewater, and it was a decision back in 2015 to do this because of pressures of affordability. The problem that we have now is because our wastewater loans are increasing so much, to do this ongoing is just not a sustainable approach. And then the third piece, of course, is any money's left is your funding your renewal program, because that's what depreciation funding is for. So that's where we're at. It's only wastewater interest we've done that. So this is probably where I'm starting to hand over to the guys, but I'll just introduce the slide. I'm sure you've got lots of questions that you're going to have around it. So this is just showing you the capital program. So these capital costs are increasing to 681 million over the 10 years. So that's 222 million up on what we previously had. All right, but in doing so, there's also been some additional decisions that have been made, in that we haven't gone exactly with what our asset plans are telling us we need to be spending. Okay, so this is $148 million less in the capital program. I'm not talking maintenance here, just in the capital program, less than what our assets are telling us we need to invest in them. And Hartley will talk about that a little bit more. So, and this graph here is just detailing to you where you've been. So that's 2 actual years. That's the current year we're in, and this is the LTP. The activities that are undertaken in there, of course, you can see that transport is the grey, it's the biggest. You can see the sewerage, which is this blue, this darker blue. You can see how much that's now adding to our program. And then you've got your other ones, so your community resources in there. I would say that a good portion of your community resources is equally on the Stewart Island project. It's about 2.5 million or so a year for the, around the Golden Bay Wharf and proposal in there. And then you've got your other assets. This graph here is just showing you that adjusted program. So those dark blues are showing you what the program was before we made the decision or made a direction not to put this $148 million in. We've moved that out. So I think it's probably a good position just to maybe stop there and ask if you guys want to make any comments.
So I guess one of the critical things around the wastewater is to do that and to smooth that program. There is a requirement for us to do added resource consents to Environment Southland around extensions of time. And so what that sort of looks like is Winton, which we've actually had our renewal for 5 years. We've got Edendale, which we're looking to actually bring forward by 1 year. Ninth Caps will also need to have a resource consent to push it out by 5 years as well. Belfort and Minapuri, which are other wastewater ones, there's no change to those. So that's how we're sort of helping to smooth that out so that people are aware of what we're looking at. But that will require consents for extensions.
So what sort of, through you, what sort of, based on what Anne was saying right at the very beginning in terms of lower than projected growth rates, and those examples of some of our water assets or liabilities. I mean, how's that going? Like Balfour's a good example. So, you know, we're looking to replace that or renew that water scheme, but, you know, financially over an LTP, how viable is that?
How viable? It's a requirement, I guess. It's a legislative requirement for us to do that work. So in terms of how affordable at the moment, the way that it's put in is appropriately distributed, or it's distributed across the uses of the networks.
And I suppose on that one, the question would that be, could you put some of these communities back to separate tanks and the like? And under the current regime, etc., I don't think that would
Unlikely.
be very unlikely. So you've got it, you're stuck with it unless that town evaporates almost to a degree.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the main point with the wastewater or Balfour or whatever is the fact that the renewals are going to be covered by the depreciation funding. It's the improvements that we're doing for levels of service because of the discharge regulations. So that additional costs over and above anything that we've got in our books right now, that's what's adding the
compliance costs.
Sorry?
Increased compliance costs, just
correct. Yes, that is what's really driving the waters side. There are some pipe renewals and stuff in there, but you're meeting it generally from your depreciation, recognising that you're not fully funding in the earlier years. You're still managing those okay, because that's why you're doing that. The rate increase, like I said, there's probably 8 to 9% of it is depreciation funding to get you to the point where you can renew those assets.
Through you, Mr. Chair. What amount of depreciation will be funded, say, by year 10 based on these rate rises we are looking at?
The level of depreciation?
Yeah, because it's 14, 11 and then 8% rate rises over the 10-year period?
No, it's not. But we'll come to that slide later. But no, the rate rises in the latter year are lower.
Yep.
Because we have to remember that we're taking the big jump in depreciation in the first year because of the asset value increases.
Yep.
After that, though, it's only the 5% increases effectively, which are a small portion.
So we'll be good by then.
Yeah. But what we should be looking at, I believe, at that point is the rest of our assets, because we still aren't funding our stormwater networks or potentially our community facilities, playgrounds or things like that. But the stormwater is probably the critical one that you'd want to look at. But we've got a slide for that. I think we'll still be about $8 million short by the end of the 10-year period of depreciation funding. But there's things like halls in there, which you've made a decision in the past as to whether you depreciate fund them, because you'd probably look at them and consider other sources of funding or whatever for those sort of assets.
Just sorry, to chip on the cheap seats as well. The other jump up in the first year is the roading program increase.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the cost of that are going, the rates for that are going up 27%. That's contributing the other.
But you're also assuming that your assets aren't going to go up in value again. Look, they could have another jump.
Which will be the capacity between the 2s and the 3s that we're indicating in those latter years. Yes, absolutely.
Because we're fully funding our own system of depreciation, does that put us in relative good stead for the future if we do have to go to a point where we have to go over and above maintenance and reinvest because we have a change of circumstance?
What we're struggling with right now is the debt that's having to be taken out to fund those improvements because it's such a high cost associated with it. Like, it's massive. So we'll show you that in a couple of slides. But
you'd want a pretty stable inflation environment for your funding of depreciation was sufficient to fully fund the renewal.
Put it this way, in comparison to other councils around the country, where does Southland sit in terms of its funding strategy as opposed to other councils that are inflationary pressures?
I would say that we are towards the bottom end of the pack in the level of funding of our depreciation. I could be proven wrong by that. Most are getting there. they may have, as we've had to defer, but it comes back to some of those core contextual comments: large asset base, low rates with low. I mean, I don't know what we allow for it. If you're in a, I don't know, probably mid-North Island council, so we're talking Waikato Bay of Plenty, you can probably allow for 1.5% to 2% of your required rate increase being met by natural growth. So if you're at 14%, actually the rate is right to be 12% because actually you've got 2% growth. Yeah, right. That might not seem a lot, but actually it would be quite a nice problem. Yeah, substantial. One of the things that interests me, or worries, no, let's not put any adjectives around it. Can I just clarify, looking at the right-hand box diagram, we're saying, if I pick up, and maybe it's in yellow so it might change, but we're saying we are limiting investment in this case road renewals to 79% of the required investment. That's what we're saying in our financial strategy, is that right?
Yeah. So when we've looked at, I suppose, look at our asset condition.
So this is back to the conversation we had this morning, isn't it?
But it's also looking at what our program looks like into the future and saying, well, if we don't want to change your level of service, an existing level of service, what's our level of funding requirement? And then if we don't meet that funding requirement, pretty much anything below that is to some degree, and to varying degrees, depends on how much you don't achieve that funding requirement, we're reducing levels of service. They may be more, depends again how much you don't fund, how drastic or just gradual reduction in level of service. So introduction of, as I mentioned this morning, speed limit on certain roads, or eventually for an extended period of time, lower volume roads, lower risk roads that are sealed at the moment. What do you end up doing with them if you don't have the funds to, in 15 years' time, actually end up renewing them? Eventually you still have to intervene. They can't just be ignored forever. So,
yeah. I mean, the issue is if I go to the wastewater plants, the two schemes, I'm going to be paying year 5 costs for the actual.
That's a challenge.
So this isn't. It's the deferral is
save you.
A valid, is the strategy, but it comes with its downstream point. Partly to give in the name of having to make your rates affordable, you're making your operation. This goes back to the sort of systemic idea. Systemically, you're going to cost more in the future to maintain the same level of service because we can't do the work. It's both an economic and an accounting fact. That's the problem. I mean, this is a conundrum, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not looking down the line here and saying you're selling us out. What I'm reflecting here is and it's a governance issue. It's not actually a management issue. It's a governance issue of what settings we adopt in light of the very real pressures that we know are out there in the community. But at this stage, it's difficult to see this. I mean, to be honest, I'm jumping to your strategy here, and you might come back to this, but we say this is sustainable. This is not sustainable. It's affordable, but I doubt it means many tests of being sustainable.
Unless you change your levels of service.
Unless you change your levels of service. Agreed. But in terms of what we have at the moment, a posted road is not the same level of service. Me being able to go down there, I totally speed limit observed 100 kilometres an hour. It's not. It's a different level of service when I have to suddenly be postable with a bridge or something like that.
Closed bridge.
Or even a closed bridge. That's right. Because that's the problem. Trying to keep your rates affordable. That's the buying word. Okay. Sorry, I probably have jumped to the strategy, but it's a very. This is great. Great in the sense of it's very clear where you're. Yeah, Don.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Well,
it's going in the right direction. There's been some savings there, but I'd just like to add to that the debt levels forecast at the moment aren't sustainable, like Bruce is saying, and there's far from prudent. They're based on interest rates at say, around 5%, and it's a big risk around that number. So, I mean, to me, it seems obvious that a lot more has to be done around a strategy that's going to be affordable for the community. Example, the stormwater. I know in Riverton we're putting in stormwater on roads that haven't had stormwater for a long time and don't seem to need them. I know some do.
We're putting them where we're flooding floors levels at the moment.
That's one, I think we're thinking about the same one. Yeah, that needed to happen. Some work needed to happen there. But there's other roads that I think there'd be a question mark over whether the investment in stormwater is necessary. It would seem that the major transformation needs to happen to bring these numbers into a level that's going to be fit for the community.
Is there any comment you can make on the storm? We're not probably at the level where we can debate individual roads.
There's one particular comment, which is that if we don't deal with stormwater issues around roads, then that actually impacts on the longevity of the road. So we're actually trying to maintain that asset so that it can continue over the longer period. So there is a lot of preventative, it's ambulance at the top of the hill situation. So that's what we're trying to do with the stormwater issues. It's not necessarily intuitive to everybody, but that is actually a critical part of the...
But something has to change.
No, but that stormwater is not roading stormwater. It's our reticulated stormwater.
The costs up on that.
It's generally for the reticulated drains and pipes and off the land as opposed
that road I think that you're referring to, yeah, that's bringing the water into the drains and
part of it. It's the whole land issue. It's not just the road. It's the stormwater's for the whole land use. Get the water safely.
Again, there's a lot of roads out there that don't have stormwater now, but we're putting stormwater in, and there wasn't the same issue.
Stormwater's down where we're flooding garages and getting this far away from it.
And in addition to that, you're requiring landowners to asphalt driveways, which seems to heighten the issue. It was creating more expense.
Asphalt driveway actually got it. Well, that's just a that they normally have to make provisions for their stormwater catchment on an asphalt driveway.
I'm just saying that something major needs to happen. There's lots of little things, I suspect. We've talked about levels of service. They're going to have to change.
We don't get a lot of brownie points for flooding houses either.
Except that in that case, it needs to happen.
So there's on to give credit to your argument. The question becomes, because I know we haven't got the infrastructure strategy, and partly you'll convince me, that's the real challenge. What have we done to try and refine and find the efficiencies, which is a question that is well worth asking at this level. But I would actually think equally, this presumably has clearly been based around what we have to spend to protect and deliver our existing levels of service, correct? That's the basic assumption that we're going on.
From a baseline point of view.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah. What's the asset need?
It'll be a significant decision to move away. So you've raised, and I'm going to go back to roads, you raised the risks around it, probably things that are external to us, bitumen prices, blah, 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 but or government funding probably is the biggest issue when I think about it. But that's the problem. The question is, over the next 3 years, some of these things cement in. We're probably in Don's position where there has to be a different approach. Okay. So to go over, Derek.
Thanks to you. There's much work been done on, I've mentioned before about, out of Tata they cut a gravel away from Clifton, which seems ridiculous when you're going over the Epirima River and we're wrecking our own roads to cart gravel to fix new roads. So in your roading program, have you identified areas where you can get gravel that's handy and efficient for the roading program going forward? Even if it's just until we sort out the gravel issues elsewhere, to get that efficiencies?
Yeah, there's probably two aspects to that. From a longer term point of view, yep, that's working in progress. From a shorter term, is by a road renewal project, you go into the open market, so the degree of competition, and I suppose allowing the market to dictate where that material comes from. So for supplier A over supplier B, where they source that material from.
But that material's also got to meet the specification requirements, and the big trouble we have in Southland is anywhere south of basically Mossburn and Lumsden, it's a struggle to get conforming gravel to meet our M4 requirements, particularly in the AP 30s, AP 40 now, even an AP 65, which you used to be able to achieve quite easily. You can run it through a crusher now and have everything go under it. So that's the difficulty, is actually meeting a specification. And if you build a road without a M4 specified material, it'll last 2 years. That's the reality.
So, yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep ourselves, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, and I want to just sort of set the efficiency thing, because I'm making the assumption that's being built as much as we can into it. The critical question is actually the bigger strategic picture. It's actually suggesting we spend $140 million less than the plans say we should spend in terms of renewal, which is threatening those elements. Yes, Sarah.
Can extend that further, because I think that when you look at this, the capital program, we're actually working within a box and a framework of thinking here. Go back to Tom's point around purpose before, and if fundamentally we've got X number of dollars that we need to spend for the ratepayers that we've got, another question is actually how do we increase the ratepayers?
Oh, yeah.
That's your bigger strategy thinking, which goes back to what we were saying earlier in the day, is that the bigger strategy thinking could ultimately influence the bigger picture and the longer term plan. And because if we sort some other, and this is where at each paper we can look at things that are in each box or in each silo, if you like. But when you join your dots, you think about things like housing strategies and the bigger picture strategies of how we get more people to work here in Southland. Then fundamentally you start to be able to really make some shifts and changes, which then ultimately come back to making things more affordable, but actually making sure that our assets are looked after.
Agree. One of the things that I've found and observed over years, Sarah, is that actually in having to have the pressure of adopting an LTP now, you suddenly find what is your next work program. I've said 3 waters, you're saying population growth or whatever is outside the box. They've got to be the next round. There is this ugly time pressure we face right at the moment, and institutionally where we are from the last 15 months. Okay, sorry, look, we've got a lot of discussion, but actually I don't think you've quite finished your presentation.
Hartley, just to clarify, have we heard anything from NZTA over the funding levels, or what's the
Right, nothing to date. So that's like, normally we'd expect to have some indication by now, but so because of the government policy statement coming out as late as what it has come, change of government, it's probably been the brakes on that a little bit. But we'll be expecting probably over the next month or so to get sort of some indication potentially. May not be locked in numbers, but once the GPS is adopted.
Yes, sir.
So the question around that is then by us agreeing to delay the 3 months, that should be beneficial to us rather than being in the position we were last time.
We're here, but it's sometimes a bit later even.
Yeah, I would say there's probably the risk that we're going to end up in the same position as last time. I think that's the reality of it. Because by the time we consider the consultation period and when we get notified, you you have overlapping, I suppose, consultation and bits of information. So, yeah, I'd say we could end up in this position.
The minister has indicated 10-year planning window for that to line up better. So long, medium term, well, hopefully short term, but yeah, once they get that aligned, it'll help.
Alrighty.
Skip there. Supposed to repeat. I didn't get hit in.
It's the same as the graph before, so just in terms now of balancing our budget with the strategy that we talked about with delaying some of that capital program, this is where we're now looking at in terms of our balanced budget. So we start in this view here, so you can see that we're heading up towards the 100% because that's your ideal limit, but we're still going to be lower than the line principally around the funding of the free water depreciation as much as it is about the other assets that we're not funding as well. But we are in a lot better position than we were. Cost to operate, so just a bit of a snapshot here. And once again, the grey down the bottom is our transport costs. So you can see there's that step increase in our operational costs. So because we talked about the capital program before, now we're into the operational, so this is our maintenance side. So there's a step increase in there and a gradual increase across the board. You'll note that the sewage costs are considerably increasing, and probably the rest of them aren't too bad. But just as an aside within here, if you look at the categories of what's driving what, increasing interest costs over the period come to nearly our 10% limit, which is set under our financial prudence benchmarks. So we are really, really pushing the envelope at the levels of debt that we're indicating around the 175%, let alone thinking about a 280%. Depreciation is moving, so the depreciation funding over that period of time is going to be moving from 20 million to 50 million. Our contractual expenditure is moving from about 40 to 60. Our personnel expenditure is moving around 18 to 22. Just recognising, of course, that there are costs associated with capital delivery that are for personnel that are included in the capital costs side of the budget.
So on that capital delivery trend, the move from your annualised 45 to 80 is what's encapsulated in this plan, correct? So the $140 million, whatever it was, not shortfall, but we're not doing in CapEx, the right-hand way I'm sorry, the 80 million doesn't take into account the desirable level, it's what we can do.
80 million is
so we're essentially going to be doubling our not doubling, yes, sort of, nearly, our capability to deliver CapEx.
That's the intention.
From
things equal,
gotta say,
staff.
From the 1st of July.
Yeah, that you can get staff and all the rest of it, so.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to reflect back on Ian's very wise point about actually what is the driver on our costs, and if we want to do 80 million bucks, well, here's the OPEX cost.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, is that a lot of that 80 million is wastewater treatment plants, which are quite bulk
Single
amounts,
movement. No, fair enough.
that can be managed.
So it requires specialised knowledge.
So it's not necessarily doubling of
No.
resourcing. So we've done a whole thing around in terms of the capital program, looking at the complexity of the each of the program, and so dollar for dollar doesn't necessarily mean the staffing, but it's quite a complex thing to look at and work with, and it might be that some of that's covered by contractors as well, so it won't all be internal resourcing.
Right, debt. The scary numbers. So what this graph is effectively showing you is what's called the change in levels of services is dark blue. So these are the improvement projects principally that we're having. The majority of it, as we talked about before, is in the wastewater section. Of course, there are in other areas, some of our community resources and things like that have also got it. The yellow line there is showing the amount of loans that we're drawing down. And so the ideal is that yellow line stays within the dark blue section, because when the yellow line goes into the light blue, it means we're funding that level of renewals.
lines.
So that's telling you that we're,
Can't see it. Blue. Where are we talking about?
sorry?
Just
The dark blue is
the darker blue, right, okay.
Yeah, the dark blue, it might be black to some of you.
Right, I thought maybe there's something else.
Yeah, so these ones here are your levels of service, these are mainly your improvement works.
Oh,
resources.
Gotta look back.
So this is the annual loan drawdown
Right.
that we're having. So we're funding all of these levels of service improvements. So all our wastewater improvement projects are being funded, plus there's a level of some renewals that's also being funded from loans.
From loans.
Yeah.
You want
And
that?
some of that's due to the fact that we're not fully funding depreciation. But we also have to remember too, and I think we've got some graphs coming up as well, there's going to be some years where the program that we're looking to do is greater than the renewals. So we will also still have to fund those because we don't have any other capacity to do it. And that's usually in major scheme renewals. Is that scary? Everybody looks scared.
When you get a chance.
What's scary is the yellow line versus the, I mean, I'll be honest, perhaps I'm taking a slightly more negative view, reflecting the approach that we've taken, not this year, but in past years to appreciation. The line would be different and more beneficial if it had been a different way in the past.
If the revaluations hadn't gone up 2 years ago, though, it would have looked a lot better
That's
as
true
well.
too. Actually, yes, it's a really good point. I'll give you that. Actually, it's been exacerbated by the revaluations.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
Hindsight.
If you would, sorry, Joe, if you were to fund those, the increased value in 1 year, it's $5.7 million of extra money we need to find.
Oh, I know that. Yeah.
There's
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
So that's being a bit provocative though, when you look at previous long-term plans and these same discussions, things always drop off in those years. But then we find ourselves coming up and so if you repeat those cycles, it actually carries on going.
Exactly.
And I think I forgot my own notes out to the side here, if we look at that extra $56 million that we've used for renewals, so that portion between the yellow and the blue in every year, 28% of it relates to stormwater. So we don't fund stormwater at all in depreciation, and 61% relates to community facilities. We don't fund that either. So that was one of the decisions we're making. And the difference, which is 89, means 11% actually only relates to the depreciation funding in the waters, effectively.
That puts good perspective.
Yeah, so don't really remember my own notes. And then we've got $212 million worth used for level of service programs improvements. So 61% of the loans of that 212, 130 million of it is related to the wastewater treatment projects that we have to put in place to improve our standards. Okay. That's the context around the fact that our loans would be significantly less if we did not have that wastewater commitment that we have.
Oh, and is it possible just to go to that previous graph just quickly?
Which one would you like?
The one before this. The one with all the, and it had the, I think it was after that.
Okay.
Had the breakdown of corporate, that one.
Yeah.
So we're picking on the roads and the water services at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that the community resources, environmental services, corporate services, community leadership, within that, which is a big part of that spending, there'll be some significant savings if we're really motivated to look at them. And is that something that you're going to cover off at some stage?
Absolutely, there is. But if you look at it in comparison to the rest of the spend, you'll equally find that it's not a massive component. The biggest, of course, is your community resources. So that's a lot to do with your community boards and the activities that's happening in there. You know, cleaning your toilets, doing your mowing, doing all of those sort of things. That's your yellows. And then your browns, environmental services. So a lot of those are funded through your fees and charges. There's a portion, of course, that's still rates. The orange is your community leadership. Well, that's the cost of having all your community boards and yourselves and things like that sitting around the table.
I'll deal with that line, Don.
But my point is, that's just under half of the total council spend, and I would say, I'm just hoping that at some point we're going to drill into that and look for some savings, because I would say that there'll be a lot of savings.
We've had a lot of the discussions already around those points, particularly the yellows, because that's what we've been doing with our community boards. That's those significant conversations that we've had out there, and I've been out to some community boards to talk about areas in there, but that's the level of service conversation again that occurs in that.
Well, the community boards are well and truly that we are pushing into them to reprioritise, to actually distill down the very thing that Don's talking about. Because I agree that, you know, cumulatively, that is a substantial amount of finance. And so that, you know, it does come as no surprise to our community boards that we're having to go through this process and that it's an ongoing issue. So, yeah.
I don't think the community board spend is a particularly large part of that yellow either.
There's a portion which is district funded, of course, which will be your like your toilets and things like that you've moved over, but your playgrounds and all of that sort of stuff is still in there.
Solid.
If we go back to the debt then, so just actually showing you where that's at. So this is your 175% of operating revenue. So this is your cap for your debt. The grey, this light grey, is your net debt levels. Okay, so that's the amount that we've borrowed less the amount that we've taken in repayments. So that shows you the net debt. Remembering, of course, that you only pay interest payments on your LGFA funds until you have to repay it, and then you pay the principal portion. But we collect both and we put them into reserves or investments, and then we'll use them when we need them. Now, we've still got a wee bit of work to do, and some accounts for that. But this here, this green, the reason for this graph is to show you the green, which is this headroom. So this is what you've previously had available to you for those emergency events, or potentially for you know, things like your improvements and that have come out of the woodwork. This is way lower than what we've ever had in the past. And if you wanted to take it up to the 280, that's where you would be sitting. You'd get a lot more headroom in terms of probably emergency events. But as we talked about before, you're almost getting up towards 10% of your op costs being interest. So you would only want to use it in those emergency events. I don't think you really want to, well, I mean, you probably sometimes don't have a lot of room, but you'd probably want to use it otherwise.
That level there, the interest bill at 5% is $10 million a year.
We're going from
30.
We're going up to 16 million. We're going from 4 million to 16 million in interest costs.
Just another. So one other thing to just note on that graph is you look at that headroom at the end of 10 years, we're at 69 million that we can borrow. And we've just talked about our annual capex is currently 80 million. So when we get outside of this 10 years, how we fund our next years of capital expenditure, you know, we need to have those depreciation reserves and funds up there, because our ability to borrow within the 175 is limited immediately outside the 10-year period.
We've got those graphs in there though, don't we? 30, 100-year graphs?
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Oh, so Nicole's actually also added just on the top there that it's roughly $10,000 per rating unit a set that we'll be looking at. Which is a stat that I think it's the Ratepayers Union often ask us. In terms of rates, so over the 10 years we're moving from 61% of our funding sources from rates, our rates as a funding source moving from 61% to 69%. And I will put all these slides up onto the hub as well, guys, for you. We do have some flexibility, so I think that's just what we were talking about earlier in those latter years. So there's technically room in those latter years, but once again, as we talked about, we don't know where the costs are going to go. We don't know actually if that's going to be there, because I've never seen it really sit there. It's based on the best information, but by the time you get there, it definitely is used up. But I would be suggesting that in these years, if this was to happen, is that we do look at that stormwater or community facilities funding those assets from depreciation. We'll start to doing that. Because that's going to once again reduce our debt levels that we have to draw down. Everything we can do there can. That orange line is where I was indicating to you, perhaps you would like to set your rates increases. So I don't actually know why it dips down. Limit. Yeah, it's supposed to go to 11, so it should have just gone.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It should have just gone straight to there and then across. Yeah, and then down to the 8. But that's something that's in your control. So that's something that you can give me direction to do something other than what I've got there. As an aside, here is this one that we were just talking about before in terms of the rates increase. What portion of it relates to depreciation funding? So you see that 9% in that first year, and then it's only 2% thereafter, because these years here are only assuming inflation. They're not thinking about any cost increases in the actual renewal program that's over and above inflation, right? So, and that's why we've done this massive jump up, because we didn't do it really over the last 2 years. When we had those cost increases, we didn't do a big jump up in there to really account for how much. We've caught it up now, which is why we've got a big rates increase. All right, we'll keep moving. Rates affordability. Nicole, did you want to talk to this?
This was just updating the information that we had that we did from the 21. From the 21 LTP. So this is looking at what is our median rates going to be over the 10-year period compared to what median household incomes are. So the latest income information from is the 2018 census. So we've inflation adjusted those figures and recalculated where our rates plus Environment Southland. So these are the combined rates for ES plus us. And these are based on the current rating methodology plus the proposed increases that they've got in their consultation document. And so we combine our two rates together to see where the house owner, how much of their total income is going to be used to pay rates, basically. And so this graph is showing the dark blue bar is where we are in 24-25. And so based on all the assumptions that we've made, rates will make up 5.31% of household income in 24-25. And over the 10-year period, they will make up a greater proportion of household income, and getting up to 9% of household income will be going towards rates.
Not good.
So there are, in saying that, the income levels are trying to read, you can see the median household income at the moment is calculated at $84,000, getting to $90,000 at the end of 10 years with inflationary adjustments. So you can make your own calls about whether you think median household income is lower or higher than that based on your information. But that gives you a bit of an idea. And so the median rate for ES and STC is $4,447, rising to $8,109.
It's probably dropping at the moment with
so the main
losing jobs.
Yeah, so we can talk a little bit about the main driver. Which one do I click to get it to move? Yes, wait. Yeah.
How does, I know capital value space is another metric of affordability. How does that get kind of accounted into this equation?
Capital value was the basis on which we're calculating the rate. So there's only two rates that we use capital value for, and that's the roading rate and the part of the general rate.
So it's been described before as that component and calculation is based on a measure of affordability.
It has a better link than a fixed charge. So a fixed charge, everybody pays the same, and it bears no relation to any relativity of any difference in ability to pay. Whereas capital value, if you can afford a slightly more costly house, the theory is you've got a little bit more ability to pay. So that's where capital value makes that link.
Well, it's just we've got this graph here, but we've got maybe a median income that hasn't changed, but a capital value that based on land value has gone up over 400%, but the median income hasn't changed. So there are going to be circumstances in particular towns where there's been massive land value increases, where the median incomes haven't changed at all, but the actual rates that they're going to receive will be disproportionately higher. So we will have some significant areas where rates of affordability is going to be way
Yeah, well, I mean, last time when we had the revaluation, Riverton went up quite a lot compared to other areas, whereas Te Anau stayed pretty flat because of COVID, you know? And so that did shift a bit more cost into Riverton. They were paying a higher proportion of the voting rate and the general rate compared to what proportionally they were paying before, but that's the part of a rating system. And the thing about our rating system is we're pretty much half fixed charge and half capital value. So it sort of evens itself out to a degree in the way we do it. And probably you could argue that we're very much heavily weighted towards fixed charges. So that means that the house in Ojai at $70,000 is still paying $4,000 of rates, the same as the $360,000 house in Winton. You know, like, so that's one of the downsides of our rating system. It's quite regressive. We use a lot of fixed charges.
I guess the other thing in there is that the person in Nightcaps and the person in Winton, regardless of the value of the house, has still got the same income coming into the house if they're a national superannuated, for example.
Yes, yeah.
So their ability to afford the rates is the same.
On top of that, all of those houses that are on sewage connections, such as Nightcaps, they'll all have that much extra cost of the wastewater.
Pretty much that's what's getting us from the 4,000 to the 8,000 in total rates. It's sewage, water, rubbish, pretty much is the entire, and a little bit of general rate increase over that time. But they are primarily the drivers.
Yeah, but the rate.
And roading. But that's everybody.
So in Councillor Byers' yellow before was the solid waste values, is that right, Anne? That's where that sits in that community. Yeah. So there's.
So if
and the conditions are changing there, of course.
We just have a look. So I typically bring these tables back up about what's going to happen with the average rate increases by land use sector. And so you can see this is our first year, okay? And so we can see in here that there's a slightly difference between this table and the next one, but our average lifestyle property is going to see a rate increase of 187, commercial 1,100, dairy farm 2,500, forestry 4,300, mining 2,009. So that's how, when you look at what the rate increases in this year one, and you can see in forestry, dairy farming, mining, that's the roading rate increase. That's Hartley's 27% of extra cost being distributed on the heavy vehicle sectors. So that's what that does. Whereas, and then you can look at the end of the years and you can see where do we end up with at the end of the 10 years. So we're looking at an average rate for a dairy farm of 20,000 versus a farm of 8,000. Okay, so this just gives you an idea around what are the movements and rates that we look at. If we look at in the towns, so if we narrow down, and we've seen this table a million times, but basically across all of our residential households, the average increase this year is going to be $406. Over the 10 years, it's going to be 2,414 will be what our average residential houses go up by. Okay.
Just remember, these numbers are still draft. We're just finalising.
There's a few.
They'll be
not
too far out.
So when we talk about how much is my rate increase going to be this year for a residential household, it's around $400. It'll depend on which area they are and what their board rates are and things like that, but that's where we sit. In 10 years' time, they'll be paying an extra $2,400.
Based on what we know now.
Based on what we know now. And so when we just look at just the key rate changes to understand, this is only year one. So when we look at where are they happening, well, the UAGC is slightly up by 3%. Stormwater is up by $19 or 18%. At the moment, rubbish and recycling has got a decrease, but I think we've still got some work to do finishing that off. So wastewater, extra $156 there. Water 167, general rate CV if you've got an average property. So it's mainly in those waters is what I'm trying to say. About 410, over $300 of it is in the waters. And if we compare that over to the rural changes, you can see most of their changes in the 88, 30, 22% are in the roading rate. And that's driving their increase range. Okay.
May I ask through what percentage of our total rates income is roading rates?
Oh, about half, I think. I think half.
Half. And would that be
Good
the
question? I have a graph, but it's not here.
or say if converted to a per ratepayer basis, per rating unit basis, what proportion of that is an average? I mean, a rates bill, would it be the same?
No, it would vary because of the roading rate.
They are.
The roading rate that we do, capital value and the fixed portion. So everybody's going to have a different combination of their land use, their capital value.
But for us, it should be pretty steady. You think about 40 to 50% of our total rate stake would be roading rates.
I think off the top of my head. Yeah, I'll check that. So I think that was me and on that side. But did anybody have any questions about that? I mean, it all just flows on from where are the costs coming from and who pays those costs and what does that look like?
Has that map of affordability been updated?
I haven't done that, no.
That's quite a valuable visual.
So yeah, there is another visual that I've done based on urban-rural splits, which is hidden in this presentation. But it basically shows where the line is and it shows which townships are above. And it's your Ohai nightcaps and your Tuatapere. They are way above the line. And your rurals are on the line. If you go to that, that one there. So that shows you in our urban areas, based on what Stats New Zealand define as urban, where we're starting in the dark blue bar for each town. Just leave it like that in.
She's trying.
So we're saying pretty much all of our towns, because of our waters, basically, are all over the 5%. So you need to move the red line is in the wrong pot. So imagine the red line is up higher, next to the 5%, because it's not currently in the right place. Then we'd be looking at Manapori, Riversdale, Te Anau, Lumsden, Tuatapere, Ohai, Nightcaps, Te Atau, Winton, Edendale, Wyndham, Riverton, and Oban would all be over the 5%. Okay? And it's going to get worse as we get those sewage repayments of that debt and increase the funding of depreciation for the waters. And there is why that's increasing so steeply. So effectively that's your map, but just in a graph.
Make a comment. I met Melon McLean the other day with Cameron Begry, who was talking about 25% of mortgages in New Zealand aren't being paid at the moment. What effect is that going to have here? I think $400 for some households is a lot. It would say about $7 a week. Have we seen any effect in here as a result of rates not being paid? Because we can only control what goes on behind our farm gate, but we can't control this ourselves, but we can only control our own spend. This, so we've seen any effect in at council around rates not being paid, more spiking, or?
So Shelley's not here and she's the best person to answer, but generally speaking, our debt, our recovery of our unpaid rates is pretty good, and that we've been holding our own over the cost of living crisis. That would be my comment on where we're at now. What an extra 400 or an extra 2,000 for a rural property does, I couldn't comment.
Do you think Southland being the demographic it is compared, a lot of their comparisons from Queenstown and some of those mortgages?
In terms of, we have lower mortgages, so that we would be able to. You would know as much as I would about how people feel about their ability to absorb cost increases.
Interesting to see what goes forward.
Has there been any measurable increase in rates remissions from DIA or anything?
Oh, rebates?
Rebates, sorry, yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head?
Sitting around 1,000.
Is that up or down?
Something similar.
A slight increase, but
it's gone up from 600 a few years ago, but the guys have put a lot of effort into talking to people and ringing them back up again. I heard them on the phone yesterday ringing people up saying, hey, have you got your foreman? We haven't seen it yet. So yeah, they've been doing a lot of that, so it's definitely increased. But we know there's still people out there that are entitled to it. Some people just, some elderly just don't feel like they can take it. It's just part of their make up. It's just something they just don't want to
Is the
do.
value of that going to go up though? Because it's carried at 700, so that needs to reflect the increase up in that category as well.
I don't know, but this is just a guess from me. I don't know what, the public comes to when this goes up for consultation, but I would expect the roading rate to be an issue, simply because it's such a big jump in costs for roading, as Haki said, 27 to 30%. Usually a small difference one doesn't mind, but when there's a big magnification of those costs, and, I've looked at the economist reports Nicole you sent me, we've had the same gentleman, Anthony, be our expert for a decade now. I don't think we've ever looked at any different points of opinion, and we've had reports around this council table about saying, which state very clearly that Southland, 2% of the population, 15% for export receipts, commerce is a big driver of roading, and we have never really gone down that path. Just sitting as where I'm sitting right now, I would expect that the roading costs this time and the big jump they have seen will definitely lead to some disquiet. And I know, DC also said it's last minute, it's really late. That's all fine. The point is we have had some of these reports for a long time. And when the costs jump that much, that's when you expect people to start drilling down into, how much equitable some of these distributions are.
So the key thing to think about is that, like with a rating system, it's an overall system. And looking at one rate in isolation, but not looking at the whole lot of the rates together can be misleading. So you've got to understand and appreciate that council's decision is on how to distribute the totality of the rates. And so you might make a judgment about how you allocate the roading rate because you know overall how the rates are being spread. So when we look at the rate increase that we're doing at the moment, and I've looked at which land use shares the bulk of that, it's actually split 50-50 between urban and rural. So the increase of the 6 million or the 8 million or however many millions it is that are getting increased, it's equally being shared between the urban and rural sector. So that's just something to use in context when you've got it in your back of your head in terms of, and the reason for that is the roading rate is
cost. It's jumped up.
But it's also the waters for the urbans. That's what's driving those cost increases.
I guess people will just look at that proportion of the bill and see whether
they get. And as soon as you start changing that distribution, so if we wanted to move away from that, you have to spread it somewhere else, or you have to cut it and get it down in order to save the money. So you've got to make decisions around levels of service, or you have to shift the cost from one sector to another. And we've had we have had some conversations about that as we've gone through this process. We started out talking about whether there's anything fundamentally wrong with how we rate. And we generally got the feedback as we've gone through, no, we don't want to tinker with too much of that. So that's the feedback that we've had as staff going through this process. So we haven't proposed major changes, although we are making those tweaks to the model.
I understand your point, but what I mean is when there's a big jump in one proportion, like roading is suddenly going to cost us a third more than it was, then to the average user, when their bills come in, that's what you focus on.
Forestry's in for a surprise.
Big surprise.
But that's come off a low.
They do a lot of damage to the road, and we've maintained that position. But those heavy users, it's not a perfect science.
No, it's not.
Totally admit that. But the heavy users are the ones that do the damage, and they have been paying for some time, and they are the ones that will complain about the state of the roads. So you can't have it both ways.
No, you cannot.
And the point is for the people who have less of the roading rate change, they carry the unfunded mandate of increasing the water costs. If we were just maintaining that, we could perhaps say, oh, well, maybe they should pay some more roading rate because it's going up so much. But they are funding, and it's only the people that get the water supply or use free waters or have it supplied to them are the ones that pay for it. And so I don't see who's missing out or who's winning here, because nobody is.
There is actually no winners, but there is some.
And there's probably going to be some adjustments there too, moving into the future based on our use water as an example. So it's inevitable that things like water meterage will be coming in, as a way to be able to sort of
make sure the users pay.
User pay systems.
Farmers that I've been talking to are very aware of what's going on price-wise increase. They know very well the rates will go up because of roading. Their concern more is about keeping the quality of the roads, preserve the businesses.
The decision to keep the 6.5% renewal.
If we take out of the portion, what we're doing, in my opinion, what we're doing with their rates isn't actually anything what is new is very small. The rest of it, we're just maintaining what we've already got. The big cost increases are the increased level of service around the water. Yes, the cost increase of roading is going up. But we're not doing anything new, we're only maintaining what we've got. So,
meeting new standards.
And meeting new standards. So to me, we're not. This is actually just maintaining, saying that we're going to reduce our levels of service is actually just tinkering around the edges, because we will still have the asset that will be deteriorating, and at some stage we have to bite the bullet and do something with it to either get rid of it so that it's no longer a problem, or bring it up to speed. And we know that any maintenance that you don't do costs you a whole lot more somewhere along the line later. So this is, I don't see that this is actually, I don't know what else we can do.
9% of someone's income. I think you need to do something.
But this is where we need to get loud about the unfunded mandate that is the increased standards of the water. We couldn't, the majority of the communities around us could not afford to put in the assets that we've got when they went in. Back in the 70s, there was subsidies that came in so that towns can't afford to replace them now. There's nothing new in this. It's just, but there's some different attitudes that have come through that say, no, you've got to be responsible for it. So,
I think there's a way to treat the sewage so that it could go back to the rivers.
Can I?
It's an increase in standard.
Can I try and keep the conversation moving? I think I want to be careful here. There's a sense to which, and quite rightly said, this is going to go to consultation. I don't think we should put it out on the basis that actually, community will tell us whether they like it or not. We do have to put our best foot forward. But I do think equally, for this LTP, we are in a process which we have been working through studiously, carefully, and we are to some extent where we are. We still have to come back to actually looking at the strategy as are they the ones that we want to go out with. And I'm conscious we probably have a bit more to get through. So I just would like us to keep... Lucky last slide. We've sort of come back to the debate. So take us to the last slide.
So all I wanted to do, and we've talked about it before, was just talk about outside this 10 years and what's happening. So this is coming back to your comments before. This slide here is just showing the 100 years of the asset in terms of renewals. And this orange line is just showing the level of depreciation. So that's the transport one, that's the three waters. Just recognising, of course, we don't fund stormwater, but it's on this graph because I've just picked it up where I have. But as long as you are fully funding your depreciation, you can fund your capital program to that line. Anything above that line, you need some capacity in your debt to be able to borrow for it, because you're going to repay it back in this period here. Now, I've seen in 20 years, and Hartley will probably say the same, that bubble keeps coming, but it never appears in totality because it keeps getting smoothed. And I think that's a reflection of the treatments and what you're doing to the roads, though, in order to keep it smoothed. Yeah. So
I suppose you talk about the depreciation, we know what the asset value is that we're trying to, or the asset life and how we depreciate, but Anthony did right. Like we're constantly, if we can squeeze another 10 years out of it, that obviously affects your depreciation. But over time, technology or intervention methods improve or get developed or refined. But it's the best information you have at the time, what we know we can't achieve at the moment.
And so these ones out here, from the Three Waters renewal point of view, we don't really have anything coming out until there's 22 years, and I'm not actually sure what it is. It's a water and a sewage. It's probably Ohio Nightcap.
It'd be just that site around again of the.
Yeah, but it must be a major scheme of some
Yarnia.
Yeah, so we don't probably need capacity in our headroom for renewals, whereas we might for our roading. But in terms of the fact of emergency events, that's where we want in that capacity. And of course, the other question, which we've all just been talking about, is we don't know what the regulatory space is going to give us in the future in terms of improvements, again, over and above what we're expecting now. So, you know, that can throw a real damper on where we can go ahead. So we've tried to combine a wee bit of the financial strategy and the infrastructure strategy in one.
No. It's actually, they're intimately involved. You can't really think of one without it.
Yeah.
One comes first, I don't know. No rates come first, but it's you're half my rates, mate. So that leaves us where? I think it then comes back to, let's just look at the infrastructure strategy. I mean, in essence, it's been built up. It is what it is. It's based around what we're trying to do to maintain our levels of service. Okay, we've had sufficient here, which really reflects around the financial strategy, sufficient challenge to being able to maintain those, given some of the squeezing that we are putting on the funding pedal. Right now, to bring this within some level of affordability. That's quite a qualifying place. Okay, and that's where you come back to this idea of what are the five, which is the first slide, but it was the 5 steps of holding back on fully funding depreciation, not fully funding CapEx, holding it to $80 million per annum, whatever else, sorry, with those 3 or 4 levers that you were pulling. There we are there. That's right. So it's $80 million. It's the holding back on depreciation funding, and it's actually, that's what it was, sorry, with a couple of schemes and rephasing. We're actually assuming Environment Southland will just go for an extra 5 years, correct, Grant?
Yes, that's the hope.
Will we talk to them by any chance?
There's a couple that we're doing at the moment where we've got a bit of history that they are allowing it to happen, so we're sort of relatively confident.
And so that's deferring what otherwise would be meeting new regulatory requirements and needing to occur now. Some value in that, you think about it. My big risk. What's
I think
you have to be thinking about where to through.
I think another thing we've got to look at, and this is, if you look where our consents are coming now, and they'll come out in the early 90s, 89 and 90s, when their RMA come in, they all got consented for around roughly the same amount of time, which is causing this bit of a bell wave now because they've had the 20-25 years. I think going forward, we probably just have to get a little bit smarter about the good asset management coming into play, having an influence on the renewals as opposed to the consent date. But there's a bit of an issue, so that there's some good in that, but the problem is that if you get consents, you want to hold them as long as you can, because if you bring them forward and the consent conditions go that way, it's a sort of catch-22 about how we play it. But I think one thing that when we get through this is with the consents is try to flatten them off so we only have 2 plants every 1.5 years or whatever, instead of this amalgamation that we've got now where they've just all come in together, caused a massive headache. I don't know what the answer is, but we need to be smarter about that going forward.
I like we're starting to create the improvement program for the 37 LTD. Okay, so look, the issue that we've got to deal with here is quite rightly, say Anne, it's Robin, it's actually it's a government's decision that we have to agree and endorse these 2 plans at this stage. So D is we agree to endorse the draft infrastructure strategy, including amendments we haven't agreed to at this meeting. And similarly, we agree to endorse the draft financial strategy, including the amendments. This provides a basis for consultation with our community. Do I have anybody prepared to move that? You'll move it, Paul? Thank you. Do I have a second?
I had a question.
No, do I have a second first? Thank you, Rob. Okay, questions?
I was just wondering in the financial strategy, what else hasn't been discussed just around other potential revenue opportunities within the financial, like I'm just reading page 15, talking about some of the equity, securities, financial investments and things like that. Like, is with all of what we've looked at, is there anything else that we need to be considering in terms of actual revenue opportunities? Where does the current investment policy and financial policy fit into all this? Or is that just all equated into those numbers that are there?
In terms of the regulations, of course, we have to cover off those items in there. I think Council has been considering other sources all the way along in the discussions to date. And I think the issue you always have is the risk levels you want to accept with the returns, which is why you looked at your investment and your liability borrowing stuff incorporated in. And we've looked at our fees and charges in terms of whether they're sitting at the right levels. So it's an ongoing process that, you know, that we just have to constantly monitor and think about if there's something else comes along the way. But I've also heard this council talk about that for a lot of years, and it's been a struggle.
It's like one that has struck my mind in the last couple of weeks or so is we were talking a lot about the investment required into the assets, investments, and there's not a growth projection for the region. There's a couple of towns that the Beyond 25 data signifies growth, but whether things like the financial development contributions policy is a missed opportunity of contributing to some of these renewals and things that are coming in, because new infrastructure on top of renewals, increased capacity, will also bring in ratepayers. I know the policy is currently set there in remission to encourage growth and development, but if there is growth and development to be had, considering that there's areas all around the country experiencing the same thing, and maybe there's opportunities for Southland, is there some revenue potential being missed out to contribute to this program that we're talking about? And I know we've had those discussions, but does that fit into this overall financial strategy, or is there still room to look at some of those other opportunities?
I think that it's always an option for you, how you've gone through that process recently in terms of it. In terms of the dollars you generate from it, it's not big enough to impact on this program.
Just for clarity as well, that has to be indexed to what our capital expenditure program is, and the demand projects in that are currently at 6 million, compared for the 10 years, compared to the LOS, which is 205 million, and renewals, which is 470 million. So we haven't identified a lot of capital expenditure we have to put in to service growth that we're anticipating.
And if it came, like if there was a sea change, do you only address that at an LTP time, or can you just look at those policies, pull them off the shelf and look at it and see if we're in the right space?
Yeah, so you can review those policies and do consultation and then apply.
The critical thing that Nicole's saying is qualifying expenditure. And that's I think it was the red line.
Yes, you didn't even see it.
In the various CAPEX, it's just so insignificant. It's just, it would be challenging. I could even say now it would be challenging to know that it would give us any viable.
Stormwater is the one that I've been so aware of, the requirements of capital investment into stormwater. It's not a lot of renewal stuff because it's not a big stormwater network to renew, but there are needs, if I understand it correctly, and that's one area that pressures on the stormwater infrastructure from growth that are then issues that need to be funded in kind of shared CAPEX programs into the future if it hasn't been adequately figured out at the times of growth. And I'm interested in like the experience of Te Aneo's growth and whether potential stormwater investment for that whole town now to cope with the capacity increase whether there's a shortfall there because we hadn't been taking those contributions previously, and specifically in stormwater being one of those experiences. I don't know. I don't have a view. I'm just trying to learn my way through all that.
My observation, I'd say we have missed an opportunity.
Yes, but again, it comes back to qualifying expenditure. It's not, generally it is looking forward. We don't have it. There's a sense to it. I think is the point that you're making, right?
On that.
I have suggested in the past we should perhaps identify some of the paper roads we don't need and see if we can sell some.
Yes.
With paper roads, it's like a captive market almost to the property owner. And would they want to pay for it?
Well, I think if it gives them security over that land, I think
Yeah.
So, to be honest, I'm going to kick this. I think what you raised, Matt, just now is also aligned with what Sarah said and is aligned with this deeper, longer-term strategic thinking that needs to occur. Because actually, we haven't done that. I'm not being critical. This is one where we are trying to mash it all together to basically the existing paradigm. There's some call from earlier in the meeting that you look outside, and I would be one, look outside the paradigm. But the time is lost for that, for this LTP, to be blunt. Yes, Sarah.
Can I just, in interest of just tidying some of this up, paragraph 12, I think there's a typo in there. It's made
Of the staff report?
of the, yep. The financial strategy was initially workshopped in May 24. We haven't had one in 24 yet.
Oh, right. Okay.
23.
Forward thinking,
March, May, starts with MA.
Sort of so you're saying sort of 20% correct. Okay. Thank you for that, Sarah. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sarah.
Right. I think we have to vote, unless there's other points of views. I have Paul moving and Rob seconding it. So it is that we endorse it. We are giving them the title draft plans or strategies, and they to go into the final mix and round of the draft long-term plan and the consultation document. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? It's carried. Thank you for that. Right. That team, I'd like to move through them all. I keep looking at you, Hartley. You've moved through them all today, but I think we've had a really strong discussion that we recognise where this is at. So, Nicole, Robin, and there is quite a bit of sort of the FAQ or the big picture stuff. And quite frankly, to have the full support of governments or the ability of governments to talk this through with the community is something which I'm sure you're focused on. But if anything, they reinforces that. You know, the increase for rurals and the increase for urbans. What we're trying to do with, it keeps on going. But there's this. I take it the CD probably helps us a long way through that, but I suspect there might be a bit more around it than inside the CD. Thank you, folks. That's really great. Appreciate your time. Robin, thank you for your data as well. We have dealt with 7.10 or 7.10, which was the extension of the time, which is fine. So that gets me to the exclusion of the public to deal with the cyber security update and the follow-up audit action point. For the reasons stated, I'll move that we move into public exclusion. Seconded, please. Thank you, Christine. Is there any debate on the motion? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. Okay, you do. So we're okay.
Thank you. Are we?
I'm going to have to excuse myself.
This meeting is closing in 10 minutes, people, so that's right, sharpen your questions, guys. Or else I'll be looking for a new Christine, I guess, if I'm going down the line.